All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How's everybody doing? Want to give a big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party. Guys, that is the best part, so make sure you're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party again. Also want to say thank you to my6shirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch. Only at my6shirt.com. All right. What is good? Let's party. We got Opus in the building. What is good? We got David in the building. What is good? So the whole manosphere is cringe as feminism has become. I agree. And David said calling yourself an alpha is loser as ish. And I definitely agree with that. Bear with me a second. I just had to restart and everything. Hey, and we got Ziggs in the building. Welcome to the party. Yes, so there's Delta and Gamma males too. No way. What does that even mean? Hi, Mort. You gotta lie down. You gotta lay down over there. Thank you. But that is what we are talking about today. We have got the latest episode of Middle Ground from Jubilee, and it is alpha males versus beta males. And when I saw this, I was gonna completely skip over it. And then I thought for a second, what kind of people are you getting that are calling themselves alphas and calling themselves betas to come in and do this? So let's dive into it. Before we begin, make sure you like the video, and memberships are now open. Check those out if you would like to support the channel. Let's dive right in. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Men should be the stable ones. Men don't need to be crying in front of women. And ideally, they're not splitting chores. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I think that if a woman cannot look up to you in some way, then she cannot respect you. And if she cannot respect you, she cannot love you.
I totally disagree. I totally agree. Totally disagree.
And these are the beta males. So let's take a look at them real quick. So we got Asian boy over here. Okay. That looks like a woman. That's dressed like a woman. And this is another one of those people. Remember when we did the last one of these that we did. It was feminists. It was female anti-feminists versus male feminists. And it was this big jack dude that looked just like this. It might be the same dude. And he had like alpha something, alpha elite, something like that on his shirt. This big dude. He was just very soft-spoken and this and that. And so and I bet you this guy is going to be exactly the same way. Hey, we got Melted Mind Media in the building. What does he say? I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Or if you're not from Fallout, or if you're not based, Revelations. Welcome to the party. David Banner says, that's such a rigid and childish way of espousing your beliefs. Yep, I agree. Hope says, the more labels they create, the more I refuse to be labeled and find labeling offensive, from alpha to cisgender, whatever they got going on this week. I definitely agree. The more that the more labels that they are, the less each one of them has any relevance to how you're living your life. So let's dive in.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. Men are designed to want to sleep with multiple women.
Yup. Are designed. So they, as always, the thing here is going to be with the wording. So men are designed to want to sleep with multiple women. That absolutely is the case. Whether you do it or you don't do it, or you want to be in a polyamorous relationship or you want to be monogamous, men are in fact designed to want to sleep with multiple women. Hey, we got MJ in the building. Welcome to the party. All right, nobody fell from my trick poll. All right, that's fine. What do you guys say? Men are designed to sleep with multiple women. Oh, so if you're not familiar with Jubilee Middle Ground, do a bunch of these. They'll bring a panel together. It's two opposite sides or two opposing groups usually, and then they'll have prompts. And if you agree, you step forward. Then they'll have a conversation, and then they bring the disagreeers forward, and everybody agrees, or everybody discusses. Excuse me.
Women.
Yeah, should be fun. Yep, probably. The alpha dude's probably going to say some dumb shit.
Yeah, I would say I definitely agree that men, want to sleep with multiple women. I think it's natural because one of the things is because we have so much sperm and that we produce so much sperm, and that makes us want to repopulate.
I don't think there is anything biologically in sperm that is connected to your desire to have sex. It might be, the testosterone that's in your body, but there's nothing correct me if I'm wrong, but there's nothing in the actual jism that makes you want to, right out the gate, David, right out the gate. Hope it says, I got banned from a game Discord for using the attack helicopter meme. It wasn't even directed at anyone. See, these people are so soft these days. Yep. And sadly true.
The earth, basically. And so a lot of times what happens is I think that society is telling men not to do that for whatever reason. You know what I mean?
Cringe.
And some guys fall into that. But I definitely believe that, men actually want to be with multiple women because it's just a natural thing in us. This is why you hear all the time, men always cheating and guys feel like they, trying to hide the cheating and everything like that. And if it was natural for them to just want to be with that one woman, then cheating wouldn't even be an issue. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it.
So he is, so David's saying, I think women do it too. People want to F more than one person. That's not groundbreaking. Exactly. But here, see how this guy has already twisted it into the actual, I'm going to end this because the actual action. We're meant to do this. That wasn't what the prompt was. Are you designed to want it? Not are you designed to do it? Are you designed to want it?
Yeah, I think for the way we were cultured, I agree with that, but also through human history, right? For survival, maybe this is old school thinking, but it's just like for survival, you need to have lots of kids. So.
Oh, really? In order to survive, you have to have kids. Didn't know that. All right, we're learning, guys. The alphas are teaching us something.
Oh, someone's pregnant. How do you keep multiplying? You just more women, right? Not saying it's right or wrong, but it's just kind of the way. I think women even cheat too. It's like 50-50.
Yeah, I think women also want to do their thing, you know what I'm saying, in some situations, you know what I'm saying? I don't think it's just men. I think it's a natural, I feel like because that desire is there, it's a natural thing for, if we're talking specifically men, that desire to want to do it is natural in us. So then therefore you're going to want to do it. So I don't think it's a natural thing to just be with this one woman. But
see, he's doing it again. Exactly. Good one, MJ. But, the idea of wanting to be with multiple women is different than actually being with one woman. Because you can want to be with multiple women and also want more to be in a monogamous relationship because of the benefits there.
But at the same time, when I'm with this one woman, I only want to stay with her. It's almost like I'm lying to myself if I just want to be with her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Does
it?
Does it though? Let's run that back because I didn't make sense of that at all.
Woman, but at the same time, when I'm with her, I don't think desire to want to do it is natural in us. So
that's where you stop. The desire in us is natural to do it.
And therefore you're going to want to do it. So I don't think it's a natural thing to just be with this one woman. But at the same time, when I'm with this one woman, I only want to stay with her. It's almost like I'm lying to myself if I just want to be with her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that makes perfect sense. But the question is that the end point? Is being with multiple women the end point? I'm of the firm belief that it is important to position yourself as a man to have the capacity to be with as many women as you possibly can and position yourself in a way where you understand female nature and you maximize your potential as a man. And that's where I don't necessarily agree that just because there's a deeper desire to continue to do it means it's going to be the most optimal thing for you and your own ability to thrive at the highest level and connect with God here on earth.
I was taught not to be with multiple women, right? But it's like, especially, I mean, here's the thing, especially when you,
Like who? Like unless you're specifically coming from a religious standpoint, who is telling you not to have multiple relationships?
you're in a relationship, right? It's like, it's better to grow together with somebody than multiple people, which I totally agree. But I think
That's
in the
what I-
dating terms, it's like, there's nothing wrong with being multiple women. Because I think that's just dating. It's experimenting, it's finding other people. But are we naturally made to just always be with one person? It's like, if that were true, then these first thoughts of being with another woman, even though I'm in a committed relationship, would never occur. But it comes up once in a while. But it doesn't mean I'm acting upon it.
So MJ brings up a good question about the vagary. Did he mean multiple women at one time or over a lifetime? So I thought of it as over a lifetime. But if you think about it at one time, then that's a completely different conversation. So the fact that they're not differentiating, it sounds to me like they're talking lifetime. And then if you were to ask me about, multiple women at one time, then I would say no. Given we only have one dick. I'm not saying don't try to get whatever you can, but good catch. They're not even going over that. They're not even discussing that. But you see, that's the beauty of having these vaguely worded questions, because there's different interpretations that come out.
So
And you might be being generous about saying once in a while. Probably goes up quite a bit.
it depends what kind of relationship you're in, I guess, or how good of a day it is, right? Like, but I would say for me, if it was totally natural, even though I was nurtured into only being with one woman, that these thoughts wouldn't occur then.
Right. And the thing with me,
So David says, wouldn't alpha mean that you strive for your own personal satisfaction within discipline? Wouldn't an alpha not set themselves up by being so rigid and also not need the approval of others? I guess, but I don't know. I mean, talk about semantic obfuscation. I have no idea what alpha is actually supposed to mean. I understand in general what it's referring to, but I could not give you a definition of how any of these guys are using the word alpha. It's everywhere, guys. That semantic obfuscation is everywhere.
I'm non-monogamous, so I have a wife, I have a girlfriend, and I still, from time to time hook up with other girls. You know what I mean? And the thing is, it feels regular to me. It doesn't feel like I'm trying to do it or doing it because I'm forcing myself. It just feels just natural, like it's something I want to do. You know what I mean? And so to not do it feels unnatural. You might just want this one woman for a relationship. I can understand that. But sexually, though, I think it's all BS.
Yeah, I agree. I think a man can absolutely be head over heels in love with a woman and still sleep with other women and it not mean anything to him.
Right.
And I think all men have the proclivity to want to sleep with other women. Now, whether they're able to speak to that and actually act on that or not, or if they've
What turns you off?
been able to, like you said, like religiously find a way to work around it. And I think religion has been great for that, because if it weren't for religion, we probably would not have society. But I think what's most important to identify is that a man should create choice in his life. And if you have choice, you should be able to do as you wish, particularly like in your case, like in my case, if there's no deceit.
Exactly.
It's the lying that, in my opinion, is actually the overall problem when guys, tend to go outside of a relationship. They lie to the woman.
So now we're just getting into, standard red pill talking points. So it seems like the interesting part of this is going to be when the disagreeers step in, because we've heard all of this kind of stuff before. Mr. L with a wife and a girlfriend and others on the side. Gotcha. Hey, I mean, a lot of people do it. Dr. Evil Genius lives like that, and they've the three of them have been together for I think it's something like 17 years, and then whatever makes you happy. David said, I personally believe holding that belief of I'm an alpha sort of makes you a slave to an ideology. Yep. Oba said half of their pants look like they're cutting off the circulation. They got to be tailored, bro. You're not cool if you don't have tailored pants.
That's the problem.
So when I was growing up, I was under the belief of just being with one woman, right? Like I was a virgin for a very long time. Then one girl broke my heart. So that caused like a lot of insecurity, resentment towards the other side, right? And then I just became like a man whore for a little bit.
The problem is you have guys who are monogamous, but they're monogamous because they're forced to be monogamous, in a way meaning that they have no choice because they don't have the skill to attract multiple women.
And a lot of times they'll use that as virtue signaling. I would never do such a thing. Well, actually, bro, you can't.
All right.
Beast.
Can the disagree step forward?
All right. So let's see. Well, obviously, obviously, all the alphas step forward about men are designed to want to sleep with multiple women, and all the betas step back. And again, I'm still questioning, like, who are you? You're saying, yes, I'm a beta. I want that publicly known on the internet. Just curious.
I remember when I would like go on tour and things
Beta.
like that.
Actually, real quick, that was a little bit of a beta move right there. Did anybody catch it? Did anybody catch it? Let's run this back, and you tell me.
All right. Can the disagree step forward?
I remember when I would like go on tour and things like
Anybody catch it? Anybody catch it? Real quick, David said, no, yeah. So the alpha guy is sitting in his seat, and he gets up. Oh, should I get up, or should I sit down, or whoa. And this is exactly what David was talking about being a slave to an ideology. Or was it Opus? I apologize. Exactly. So he probably got up and just, thinking like, okay, this will just make it even, even on either side. But then just that thought, like, oh, am I supposed to get up, or is it? Just saying. Whoop. Damn,
I remember
those
when
pants
I would
are
like
tight.
go on tour and things like that.
Okay.
My friends would always try to encourage me to like hook up with girls that were on to me. But I wasn't really like into it.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the caliber of woman that's into that person.
And it made me feel like weird, like off, like there was something wrong with me. And now I'm at a
not
point in
saying
my
anything.
life where I feel like I'm only having sex with multiple women, so I'm not weird. So I'm
You're weird.
quote unquote normal. I feel like even when I do have sex with these random women, it doesn't give me any gratification. And I know that comes with like random sex in the end, but I know in the back of my mind that like I just like simply don't enjoy this. Like I've been with multiple women, and I've been with one woman, and being with one woman is just so peaceful.
You can hear it in their voices. Like there's something. Maybe that's what I want to do with this episode. If we can pinpoint what's that thing that you can hear in their voices. They're just, whereas even if the alphas are saying dumb shit, they're speaking articulately, confidently, all that stuff. Hey, we got Nick in the building. Welcome to the party, brother. Glad to see ya. Maybe.
As far as like telling young men that they're born this way and that they should feel this way, it can really not do damage, but just sort of make you second guess things about yourself. Am I normal? Am I weird? Is there something off about me? Everyone else around me is saying that I have to feel this way or I have to do these things, but yet I don't feel the courage to do those things.
So then don't do them. Don't do them. Being an alpha in the way that these guys try to use it, as far as I understand it, is about being confident in yourself. So if you're doing things because other people are telling you to do them, then don't only do the things that you want to do. What do you like? That seems like a very easy fix. David said it's the cadence and the timbre of their voice. I get what yeah, right? Like what is going on? MJ says, well, if we're going to talk about the guy in gray standing, then sitting again, the body language isn't confident with the beta group, especially the guy with the face tattoo. Yeah, well, that's not surprising. At least he's saying, hey, I'm a beta. All right. Honesty counts for something. But these guys are calling themselves alphas, and they are here to represent all alphas, the alphas of alphas.
I would say that's not true, though. I don't think that we should promote men sleep with multiple women. I think that we should promote choice and what feels right to you.
Okay,
So in your particular case, I would never tell you to sleep with multiple women. I think you might be doing the right thing to do exactly what you're doing and not do it or stop doing it. It's not about pushing it on the young men, but I'll tell you, there's a lot of young men that have a demon inside and maybe are really upset and frustrated with themselves because they feel a certain way. And it's like, oh, I'm coming out the closet. I'm straight. you know, or super straight or too straight or whatever it is. I think that it's
or omega, or what was the sigma male?
really going to be about choice, man. So if me to you, I tell you, if that you don't feel good doing that, man, I wouldn't do it at all.
Yeah, I agree. In your situation, well, what was happening, and this is what I think a lot of times what happens is you have guys who will have sex with multiple women because they're trying to fill a void.
Yup.
So it shouldn't be about filling a void. It should be about you actually desiring. So you don't desire to do it, so which is why you shouldn't do it. But there are guys who desire to do it, but then they're suppressing their desire, and then it's doing the same thing as you not wanting to do it. Like they feel weird about not doing it, but they want to, whereas you felt weird doing it, but you didn't want to.
Right. And so doesn't that speak to the idea that maybe this alpha beta distinction is a little simplistic? It was never meant to be, you know, all encompassing, but certainly the way that you're like, oh, this makes you a beta or this makes you an alpha, you know, cut your get a vasectomy, and that's the best way to become a high value man. Like, what is all these rules and these tenets? And it's just like people are different, and it's okay that we exist on a spectrum as long as you're not talking about your biological sex. Personality absolutely is on a spectrum. Alpha straight. That's you. All right, fair enough. Opus says the guy in gray had no win because he initially sat away from the other alphas. So when the betas came in, he either had to move to be with the alphas as an alpha. However, the perception of moving for the betas or also stay. That's what happens when you call yourself a beta. Hey, we got Indyville in the building. What is good? What is good? Coming out hot, trying to fill a bunch of voids. Oh, you naughty boy. Welcome to the party.
I think it's a society thing. Like what you just said, who's making them feel guilty about not doing it? Other men. The reason, I think women and men, the question.
Other men or the specific people that are around him? Why does it always have to go straight to, oh, man bad? How about it just, you're not hanging out with the right kinds of people?
Question was, do you feel that men are meant to sleep with multiple women? Or they're just, you know, that's what they do? And I don't think that's true. I think it's a part of your character and who you are. I do believe that if you're going to be honest with your partner is into it, but do I believe that we are biologically meant and it's in our head because we have to procreate and this and that? I don't believe that.
You don't believe we have to procreate. Okay. MJ, so I was just, you know, I don't really know. I was just talking about the guy there, but it just, you know, little things that if you're portraying yourself to be this alpha, then it means that you're confident and you know in any situation, any room you walk into, and just right off the bat, showing signs of you know, questioning yourself. It's not wrong to question yourself, but then don't act like you are never somebody who would question themselves. That's the joke, really.
I believe the reason we do it a lot is because it's looked upon as a great thing for men to have multiple women. Women are shamed for that. Shamed totally. I have one son and two daughters, and I know the difference of how I felt when they were 15 or in their 20s. Now they were 15 versus him having multiple partners or my daughter.
Okay, so why is that? Don't you think that goes directly back to the prompt that men were in fact designed to want to be with multiple women? David said, maybe I'm just drinking my own Kool-Aid, but the most alpha thing that any of these guys could have done is not participate in the panel. Got him.
So if I could stroke a check for $1 million and
stroke a check. I've never heard that. Is that like some new like lingo, or have I just never heard that before? Because that sounds cringe as hell. Stroke a check, bro. That's the same amount of syllables as write a check.
feel that feeling again, I absolutely would. I really, really would. It's something that I really hated myself for when I felt very. I could stroke a check for $1 million and never feel that feeling again. I absolutely would. I really, really would. It's something that I really hated myself for when I felt very apart. I grew up in the South Louisiana. I was a Bible Belt. And I felt very distant from people around me because I had this urge in me and could not understand why I was so different. Like the biggest self-hate I've ever felt in my life is over this particular subject. I thought I was broken.
And I understand you. And me, again, I'm going to come back with, just being around it. And me, I'm bisexual. I've always have been. But like you heard me say, I've been married to a woman for 30 years. And I've been committed for 30 years. Doesn't that I don't have that desire.
Okay. Then why didn't you step forward if you agree with the prompt. You just said, well, you technically didn't say you do have the desire. You just said it doesn't mean you don't have the desire, but that implies that you do have the desire. So even if you don't do it, you are well within your design as a man to want to sleep with multiple women. Stroke a check and the money will come. Good one. Oh man, and he's on fire tonight.
It's my character to say, this is my person, and that's who I want to be with.
So that's you're making a character versus is the driver.
I was going to
Right,
say,
but then that goes back to, are we just built that way?
Mhm.
Because if we're just built that way as men, then there's multiple people that I'm going to want to sleep with.
but I think what I was under the impression with that question was, are we biologically DNA
Right.
created for that?
Right, but they're still conflating the two things of wanting to be with multiple women and sleeping with multiple women.
I say yes, but I love and I agree with what we're saying here. It's like, but as men, right, in the culture and awareness and being a human being, having a consciousness, choice, language, we can choose not to. We can go against those
Good content.
desires
That's
or
what I want.
urges and stuff.
If you feel that desire and you're honest with your partner, I believe that is true. Do I believe that we are biologically meant to, we just biologically want to sleep with more people because we have a penis between our legs and not a vagina?
Yup.
I don't.
Well, let me ask you this though, because you said you're bisexual, so does
Oh no,
that means you're
I remember this part. This is bad. Okay.
attracted to men and women, right? So if you're with a woman, well, aren't you also attracted to men? So wouldn't you want a man and a woman?
No.
Bruh. Come on.
So you're just like, I just want one, and that's.
I made a commitment. And it's not even like I'm,
But there's no urge to want.
there's always
more?
urge.
That's what I'm. That's what we're talking about.
But that doesn't mean that
And like exactly, there is the urge. That's called the desire. It's still a cringy question, but because it has nothing to do with whether you're bi or not. The whole point is that you are interested in multiple partners. If your orientation is that men and women fit into that category, then great. But the that's what the prompt is about. Is the desire. Guys, if you have not already, please like the video. It helps out so much. Thank you.
that I'm biologically, I think men and women,
Hey, we got just a cog in the factory in the building. Welcome to the party. So in terms of evolution and biology, men should be super selective. Completely agreed. Welcome to the party, girl. Glad to see ya.
women both have urges.
Where do you think the urge is coming from, though, if it's not biologically inside of you?
I think the urge comes from, I don't think it's a biological thing.
It's a systemic thing.
I think it's
think we-
temptation, not urge.
I think
But the urge creates temptation, no?
But is temptation bad? Like you say it in a way that's kind of like temptation.
I don't think temptation's bad.
Natural.
I don't think it's a thing of all. Then that goes back to all of us. Then all of us are meant to sleep with multiple people. So then that's just a whole different
Mhm.
society thing. But it's not just the question was, as men, are we? And I don't think so.
But regardless, I think it's important to understand, 'cause I think we are. And if we can come to terms with that, we can begin to move past it if that's what we desire. But if we reject that idea that it's not
Peace.
natural, then we can't move past it if that's something that someone wants to do.
That's a great point. That's a great point. That if you are somebody who wants to live a life where you're monogamous, then you have to deal with the fact that in your nature is to be attracted to multiple women or whatever you're attracted to. And if you don't want to live that life, then you have to understand how to be with someone, see someone out there that's attractive, and understand what's going on in your mind. That's a good point. One for the small pants gray atheist or alpha who doesn't know where to sit.
But do you agree it's just men? Do you agree with that statement that it's just
No, I think it's women too.
But nobody said just men. It just says men are designed to want to sleep with multiple women.
okay? That's where I
yeah.
disagree.
Oh no, because we just talking men,
Right.
But I agree
Yeah.
that it's men and women.
What
Mhm.
it sounded like was, and correct me if I'm wrong, people started talking about like infidelity and, telling the truth. And I think like the urges and things are okay until you act upon it. And that's when both adults just have to have a conversation about, this isn't working out for me. I still want to, sleep around or whatever you want to call it. It sounds like some people want to have their cake and eat it too, which I don't necessarily agree with. But I think just as long as all parties
What are you
involved
talking
have
about,
an
bro?
understanding of what they're getting into,
This isn't about cheating. This is about biological drives. Are men biologically driven, designed to want to be with multiple women or not? It's not about should you cheat or should you not cheat. That wasn't the question.
I don't see the issue.
I mean, honestly, I don't think I could say it any better than he did. Which I feel like most of us or all of us kind of agree upon that in the end, it is a choice.
In the end, like, it is a choice. Like, I totally agree. And this is what all the betas sound like. And it really doesn't go in their way to make it seem like being a beta is not a bad thing if this is the only way that you can talk.
That, like, if you want to be in a party, like, relationship, that's fine as long as everyone's in agreement. Obviously, don't, be in a monogamous relationship and then, like, single-handedly choose to, sleep with another woman, without a partner. Like, that's when, like, issues arise.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Ragini, the director of this episode. You can now stream your favorite episodes of Middle Ground on Spotify whenever you like. Please like this video if you enjoy watching it and subscribe to our channel. Now, let's get back to
me
the
too,
video.
me too.
Submissive women are more attractive than dominating women.
Ooh, submissive women are more attractive than dominating women. I'm going to say an astounding yes. An astounding yes. And this is gonna get into male fragility or insecurity or something like that. And it's just the same way that I like a well-behaved dog. I don't want to come home and have to deal with a dog who's gonna jump on me and bite me and rip up my stuff and pee on the, whatever. Hey, we got Dan Jensen in the building. Welcome to the party, brother. Said that's a big yes. Welcome. Yeah. Dan says hello to all. Dan says, I don't know if you know who Wes Watson is, but he is a YouTuber that was in prison. Not relevant to the video, but he talks about how you have to become the person you want to be. That stuff. Like caring about this stuff is petty. Yeah, it's tearing yourself down. Well said. So we know Dan agrees with the prompt, and I'm very curious how anybody could disagree with the prompt. I mean, I was gonna say unless they're super beta, but I forgot we have an entire group of self-determined betas.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Listen, my shirt says submissive women are sexy. Okay, so
yeah, it's true, man. It's true. Look, I think one of the most beautiful things about love is being able to fully take care of a woman in every way, whether that's emotionally protecting, providing, everything about that. Like every fairy tale that was ever written for all of time was about a man saving a woman from a castle and a dragon, right? Or some sort of scenario like that. And I think that's absolutely beautiful. And I have nothing against women being empowered, but I do feel like the happiest women in the world are the ones that look up to a man and that he can fight every day to love her and love his kids and his family and provide and be that source of something to actually look up to. Like, I believe a woman can admire a man and it's very, very, very healthy. Am I saying that somebody that doesn't do that is not a man? No, I would never. But ideally, the relationships that are going to work, the relationships in, let's say, the 30s, 40s, 50s, or whenever, we were having nuclear families stay together before we went off the gold standard and inflation pushed everybody to have two people have to have a job. Yeah, dude, I do. I think those relationships are much happier when the man can lead a house and be proud of going out and going to work every day and fighting for his family. Yeah, I do.
Hell yeah. So that's, again, we're talking about the difference in how these two groups speak and carry themselves and hold themselves. And even if the alphas are not, what we would call alphas, and even if, because we don't use that word, that phrasing, but even if that's not what we would consider somebody that we would look up to, and even if the betas are not people that we would consider someone that we look down on, there is a very, very, very clear difference in the way that they carry themselves. And, I'm still, I got to get my finger on exactly, how that's playing out here, but keep that in mind. Dan says, been working a lot. Had 2 guys quit the job, so now I have to train the 2 new guys. That's never fun, right? But glad you are catching the show. Always glad to see you, buddy. Just Cog says, be that source to look up to. That part is incredibly important. Well said. Very much agreed. Oh, and we got our first super chat of the night. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Dan Jensen. Of course, that means a treat for Morty and The highest donation makes you, sir, the sponsor of the stream. Let's bounce back in, and I will change that banner for you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think what we have to do is we have to look at general female happiness, because that's really what I'm into. Like, I don't really care what guys think or what girls think. I think I have a unique perspective in that I've worked with a lot of high-performing women that operate in this dominant role, and I work with them for the purpose of helping them be able to reintegrate with that more submissive, connected, intuitive part of themselves
Thank
that
you
really
again,
connected to their
Dan.
bodies, that if they were connected to their bodies wouldn't be as dominant, at least in the presence of men. And with every woman that I've worked with, there is this deep desire, regardless of what she says externally, to submit to the leadership of a man that she knows can properly hold down the emotional space and really put her interest at the forefront.
Actions speak louder than words. MJ says, do alphas get to decide that they are alphas, or is it something that other people decide who the alpha actually is? Yeah, it's definitely supposed to be the latter, but with the rise of Andrew Tate and all the Andrew Tate lookalikes, then it's definitely just, no, I'm alpha, I swear. But yeah, that's, it's kind of like being the greatest. Like in sports, the greatest of all time. You're not supposed to call yourself the greatest of all time. Other people are supposed to say that. David says, well, I get that people carry themselves differently, and some people are more respectable than others. I stopped looking at people like they are beneath me. It taints your worldview. Well said. Well said. Melted Mind Media, another awesome YouTuber. Did you get that video out today, brother? I just dropped the link to Melted Mind Media's channel. Please definitely go check that out. So did I watch Tim's video today about the guy's wife? Yep, who had a boyfriend who he's friends with. They even took a vacation together. That was sad. That was really, really, really sad. And if we have time, remind me. Well, I can show that to you guys if you haven't seen it. But yeah, fits right in, like the beta of all betas.
Right, because when a woman is dominant over that man, she can't respect him.
Facts.
It's just impossible. Right, exactly. And the thing is with submission is, like, if you even look at the word submission, sub, under, a mission. If I have a mission and this woman is,
I think that's some BS. I'm pretty sure that's not where the word comes from.
Under my mission, meaning I'm leading her, right? Then that is a actual good relationship that's going to flourish.
Truly, deep down, every woman would love nothing more than to be more feminine in a role, in a family, and take on that, either that motherly role or that nurturing role, or the role that feels supportive to the overall mission of a man. It's just got to be a man worth getting behind, and weak men are the reason why this is a problem. Case in point,
weak men are part of the problem. Remember the fourth turning. Weak men make bad times. Bad times make strong men, and strong men make good times. But unfortunately, those good times make weak men. Jessica says, what he's saying is spot on. When a man is truly settled in his masculine energy, a woman will naturally want to submit to him. There you go. There you go. In plain English, from a real live woman. Thank you, Justin Cog. Zig says The Godfather is a good movie about alphas and betas. Fair enough.
The workplace. You don't see women applying for jobs to be power line guys or hang steel at steel companies. They're not picketing outside of the United States Army being like, why won't you draft me? They don't want that smoke, bro. Like, and that's okay. Right. And I can't say enough. It's like, as a man, like, you get to take pride in taking care of a woman, protecting women. What about your daughters, man? You want to protect them, provide, care for them. That's okay. Let them be feminine. A strong man doesn't need you to be a man. He say, fine.
A strong man doesn't need you to be a man. And isn't that so poignant in people in feminism just getting women to act like men? It just makes men worse men and women more like men. That's not what we want. That's not what anybody wants. No, I don't know what that means. All right.
You can be a woman. You're safe, sweetheart. You come with me. That's it.
That's what is he going to say? Somebody's going to say, like, that's degrading.
There were just a few things that I disagree on. I think that in 2023, especially, I think women just want to be able to look to the side and see their partner as an equal.
Too bad. Too bad.
And I think a lot of women
Unless you want a beta.
now are, I don't think they're trying to be men. I think what they're realizing is that the qualities that they were looking for in men, they've always had it within themselves. If women are submissive, it's mostly for, I want to say like the validation for the man. I
Told ya. Yeah, this is brand new. Just came out 3 days ago. Yeah, exactly. This guy, it's like you can tell that this guy has gotten away with being the heartthrob because of how he looks, how tall he is, and how much he works out. Like, let's be honest here. If he was my height, he would not be saying these things. Let's be real.
I think they know in the back of their heads, like they know now that they can do things on their own. But I don't think they necessarily need a man.
Oh no? You don't need a man? Then why does every single girl have their smoke detector beeping? I mean, we could go on, you know, we could talk about the roads and the bridges and the this and the that and all that, but that's just an easy, fun example.
But I think what they're looking for is that intimacy to have a partner. But I don't think that they require one.
Oh no, they do, because you know, a lot of these girls, they
Based.
usually go home and cry at night from being lonely, from not having a man. They have all these things, and then they don't. They're upset they don't have a man. You know what I mean? And I heard you say that, you know, women want to be the man's equal, but you don't see, and maybe this could just be a societal thing, that a societal pressure, but you don't see women doing things that could make them equal to the men. You don't see the women approaching the men. You don't see the women paying for the dates. You don't see the women being more assertive to the man. You see what I'm saying? So where's that at?
Because they got options. They got so much more options than
Well, I'll
men.
tell you what you do see. You see a high level of women on antidepressants more than ever, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think that's a bunch of women trying to cope with trying to be like a man when really, let me ask you a question. Are you more attracted to a woman that has a high-paying job or to a woman's beauty?
That doesn't matter to me.
It does.
Stop the cap. Now, okay, this was not a good way to phrase the question. So, but obvious bullshit. I mean, come on.
Be like a man when really, let me ask you a question. Are you more attracted to a woman that has a high-paying job or to a woman's beauty?
So he should have said a woman that, you know, a woman with a high paying job that is a 5, or a woman who's a 10 who works as the Starbucks barista, because these are two different measures. And a woman with a high paying job doesn't need to be an ugly woman, and a woman who's beautiful doesn't need to be a woman who's not in a high paying job. But we know exactly where he was going with that, and that's exactly what he was trying to ask. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, see, I'm on it. But the point stands. He's like, no, that doesn't make a difference to me. Stop it, Cap. So you're telling me, you, Mr. Tall, Jacked, and Tatted, you're telling me that you're gonna go on a date with Big Bertha? Come on.
That doesn't matter to me.
It does matter. It does matter to me.
You asked me. You could, but I would like to say a mother figure rather than a woman.
Absolutely not. But I would like to say that you're saying that women, you know, have a higher, you know, have antidepressants, but men, I'm a social worker, so men 1 out of 10.
Of course you are. That's just an honorary woman, basically. No, I'm just kidding. No offense to social workers. Melted Mind Media says so many options besides men. Like what women, not like what woman, not too many other. What women, not too many options there. Yep.
10 are more likely to experience depression, but more likely to go undiagnosed and not seek therapy or help. So I do think, and women also, you have to consider the fluctuation in hormones, pregnancy, because that can alter, you know, their mental health. So I think that's kind of a moot point, but I feel like, you know, I'm not looking for a mother figure. I'm looking for an equal. So I feel like with, you know, if we're saying that women, you know,
What
they're
an
like falling
equal.
home crying, looking for men, I think it's also that societal pressure that tells you at the same time you have to have multiple women. They're telling the women you have to have that one man, that husband by a certain age, have kids by a certain age. There's more pressure on them than there is men. And for, you know, lack of a better term, I think men have gotten off a lot easier because
This is what I mean. He's gotten by on his looks. He speaks like a woman because he has pretty privilege. No, I mean, women have it. Like, what are you talking about? Hey, we got RP in the building. Welcome to the party. said this dude made sure he wore his cap. Looks don't matter to him. F out of here. You called it. You called it. Yep. Welcome to the party, RP. We are going over Jubilee middle ground, alphas versus betas.
Women have so much pressure and they get judged more harshly than men do for talking about back then when men used to go home, bring home the bacon or whatever. You know, the domestic violence rate was pretty high during that time.
What are you talking? You're just. I didn't know. I didn't know how accurate this would be when he started talking. I didn't know how accurate this would be.
And I'll also say that for people of color, we never really had the luxury of working one job. So my parents, you know, their parents before them, everybody always had to work, men and women. So there was always that equal opportunity for them to be able to see that they could do it together as a.
So you can only see on the top of the screen here, it says submissive women are more attractive than dominating women, according to the men here. I'm going to assume they're all straight or at least into women in some respect if they're, doing this alpha, beta, women, men, sex, all that kind of stuff.
Supposed to put that one pressure. And I also would like to ask if you guys find submissive women more attractive than dominant women, is that because
Here it comes. He didn't even say it, but I could already see because that makes you feel like less of a man or more fragile or something like that. No, it's because we like peace. I'm the dominant one. I don't want somebody acting like me. I don't want another one of me. I want the compliment to me.
Makes you feel more validated as a man, or is there something there that you feel like feeds into your purpose as a man?
Yeah, well, it's a balance. If I'm a dominant person, I need a submissive. If I meet a dominant woman, we're gonna butt heads.
All right, I'll keep
What
you
if that
updated.
Like, what if she grows? Because I would love everybody to be able to grow throughout life. What if she starts becoming more dominant? Is that like a?
You're saying if she starts becoming more dominant in a relationship,
more dominant or equal to your dominant?
Oh yeah, she's gone. She's finished. We're done.
And see, that's my
Outta
thing. Like,
here.
look, I got children. I don't need somebody else to take care of. And I love your thing about, the Prince Charming and everything. But you know what I need? I need a badass woman who can match my badass energy.
I'm just going to,
work with my wife, and I'm going to tell you, I take care of her. She takes care of me, and she's badass. And that's what I'm attracted to. I don't need a submissive that I have someone to take care of. And then it's fine. If she goes through that, but then I'll be there and I will take care of her.
a lot of times when you talk to men like this, what you'll often find is that they are a lot more in their masculine energy as it should be than they realize. And they, just like the women and liberals and feminists and all the people who have this idea of toxic masculinity being anything that's masculine, he's thinking, oh, I don't need yeah, right, Dad. They're thinking like, I don't need somebody who's going to submit to me. I need somebody who's my equal. But really, when it comes down to it, it's like, bro, you are actually making these decisions, and that's the reason why your woman is sticking with you. Like, you guys are a team, yes, but there has to be a leader, and you're it. What did I miss here? Melty says, you and your woman should be equal in different ways, doing different work around the house or making sure there is a house in the first place. Either can do both, or either can do one, but not both. Well said. Well said.
But I'm not looking for another child to take care of and have to dominate and talk. You go over there.
See?
This is where we're going to go to dinner.
See, this is what I'm talking about. That is not at all what anybody is referring to when they say submissive. I mean, maybe some people, but certainly not the vast majority of people who have this conversation. The idea is about not having to fight. And they even in the prompt put that against, they didn't just say submissive women are attractive. It said submissive women are more attractive than dominating women. What is attractive about a dominating woman? Let's say you have twins and one of them is submissive and one of them is dominating. And they work the same exact job. I went to the same school, got the same mark, all whatever. You're going to tell me that you're going to choose the one who's going to fight with you more often?
What? No, we're going to do that. No, that's why what he was saying, I was going to bring that fact up too. A lot of men are depressed because they put it on this shield of I have to be the leader. I have to do this. And you know who goes to get help first? Women.
Okay, that totally makes sense. I think if we're
No, it doesn't. He just said like 5 different things that weren't connected to each other. And I didn't really hear cut, because sometimes Jubilee will cut it up and make it seem like, but like, what did you just say? Other than I want a partner to match my badass energy. You said nothing. Exactly.
We're talking about men not ever dealing with their emotions. It makes sense for this argument that you guys are talking about. But I'm a firm believer. I've gotten a lot of therapy in my life. I've done a lot of things for myself personally to resolve my own internal conflict. Okay, so it's a job of alpha men. A real integrated alpha man has the capacity to understand what he's feeling, why he's feeling the way that he is, articulate in a way that is productive to the dynamic. So
exactly. Not having emotions. We all have emotions. It's about understanding and being in control of your emotions. Opus says, like in this polar viewpoint, one might see that women make 90% of purchases statistically as a dominant thing, but it's not women make the purchases because it's their job. Good point. Good point. You guys are on fire tonight.
So a real man is someone who understands himself deeper at an emotional level, has taken the time to do that so he can show up as a rock, not so he can show up more emotionally.
Problem is that if you're super emotional, when we talk about the whole thing of being submissive or dominant, your woman is going to dominate you because you're so emotional.
Emotionally unstable. Let's say that. It's emotional. Let's stop using using emotionally unstable.
Based. That is a great way to bolster the this conversation. When you're saying, "Oh, you're being emotional," we're all emotional, but that is a great thing. Changing that to emotionally unstable. That is something we can have an issue with. Oh, too late. All right. So let's run that back a second.
Submissive or dominant, your woman is going to dominate you because you're so emotional.
Emotionally unstable. Let's say that. It's let's stop using emotion. Let's start using emotionally unstable.
Since you're so emotionally unstable, she's going to dominate you, and then she's going to lose respect for you, and that's going to teeter the waters of the relationship.
So, I mean, you guys know dominatrix exists for a reason. And by the way, I used to personal train at dominatrix. You guys are their clients.
Not me, cowboy.
I'm being serious. Like, it's a very hidden thing. I used to date them.
Makes a lot of sense.
High positions of power, very alpha. But like, here's the thing.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. Hey, if you like getting spanked, then go and get spanked. But I'm just saying, it makes a lot of sense. Opus says they are mixed. There is one out of place on each side. Ooh, I like that. Okay, who do you think is mismatched on either side?
I think you guys put a little bit too much pressure on yourselves. It might be a societal thing. I've dated submissive women before. I find them highly annoying. Sometimes I just want somebody to pick a choice.
How is she annoying if she's submitting to what you want? What? It sounds like you're just talking about somebody who's dumb. Stupid. There's a difference between somebody who is like just retarded and can't do anything for themselves. Like, sometimes I want somebody to pick a choice. What does that have to do with being submissive? It's a blatant misunderstanding of the messaging of what is behind this sentence. I like submissive women. That term, submissive women. What does that mean? Because everybody seems to be misunderstanding it. Even this guy, you know, obviously is the what'd you say? Oh yeah, he's the one out of place. But it's so weird. Malty says, I would never be with a dominatrix, but I would want to be a dominatrix. All right. David Banner says, because his ideology isn't concrete. It's very much susceptible to the same BS. The other side does it too. They're all a bunch of betas.
I like her places. She's got better taste than I do when it comes to that kind of stuff. So please go ahead. We do butt heads once in a while because she is dominant. But does that mean she lost respect or attraction for me? No, not at all. And trust me on that one. So I think it does depend on your energy. You have a very high one, right?
So he's gone right back into the idea that it's just about matching and finding your complement and not necessarily I'm an A, so I need a B. I need this, but it's just a general thing. So what is MJ saying? The dreaded question, where to go eat? Maybe they're applying the make a decision so they don't have to decide everything all the time. Sure. But again, it's if you're unable to decide just that one thing, then that's just one thing. If you're unable to make any decisions about your life, now we're having a different conversation. But it sounds like this guy, it sounds like you're right, that this guy is taking just this one question and applying it broadly to everything that women do. as if that's the only interaction with women that you have is asking them, where do you want to go eat? Like, and I'll tell you a little secret too. Men don't care about deciding where to eat. I'll decide where I want to eat every single time I eat. Because you know how I live right now? Every time I want to eat, I decide where and when and what I'm going to eat. So this is just a weird thing to put out that it's like, I've been with women and, they just like sometimes just pick a place to go to dinner. What? That's the extent of your relationship? Oh, says, I was with a woman who did as best I can tell nothing all day. One day I came home and said, you need to get a job, or when I come home, dinner and laundry is done and I want for nothing. She went out and got a job, but the relationship didn't last anyway. You gave her the two choices. The perfect one was right there, and then she picked the wrong one.
Maybe it doesn't mix well with somebody who also has a really high dominant energy. I'm not saying that's wrong because they exist for a reason, submissive people, right? But I just think for me, when it's very submissive, I don't find that as sexy. I find that annoying.
But see, and that makes sense. And the reason why, what happens is,
because you're a little bitch.
The more masculine you are, the more you want the woman to be submissive. The more dominant she is, then the more.
I don't know. I think I'm pretty fucking masculine, dude. And I don't.
Are you though? I'm pretty freaking masculine, dude. Okay, bro. I'm freaking masculine, bro. Okay.
I don't want somebody that submissive.
I'm saying that in that moment you're in your feminine, but go ahead.
Facts.
If you and your wife have like a conversation about a disagreement, and then you guys like a healthy conversation, and then she ends up being right in the situation, would you consider her dominating me?
No, I consider her right.
So
Yeah.
what's your definition of?
See, this is what I mean. The idea that it's all or nothing. It's so binary. Either she submits to your every whim, or she's a dominant, businesswoman that, like, come on, bro. Like, think one level higher. One level higher. We're talking about people and we're not even talking about people. We're talking about people and relationships. So we're talking about multiple people, the mixing of people. A person, one person, is very complex. Any other person is also going to be very complex. A relationship between any two people is going to be exponentially more complex than that. And speaking of all relationships, is going to be even more exponentially complicated than that. So, you mean if she's right one time, then she's dominant? What? No. What are you talking about?
Like dominant, like you always have to be right. And
No, it's not about right and wrong. It's about who's running the show.
So by her being right, is that not her running the show?
No, that's just her being right in that conversation.
Yeah, a good leader would allow someone else to be right. A good leader doesn't have to be right. He wants the team to win.
There we go.
In fact, I'd call a man insecure if he wouldn't allow a woman to be right on the subject she was clearly.
I would call a man insecure who could not tell a woman that she was right when she's right. Spot on. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. Just treat people like people. Treat them like who they are. If they're a man, you treat them like a man. If they're a woman, you treat them like a woman. I don't understand the confusion. Ovis said, I feel like it's more likely for a beta to outgrow that ish and man up, but the alphas become less mature as they get older. Yeah, I do agree with that. Melty said, the only cooking women in my age group know now is the Chef Mike special. You catch my drift? I've been there, but that's all right. You're young. They're the ones that are doing the right thing. They're few and far between. By the time you get a little older, there'll be some that realize that, maybe the whole phase is not a good road to keep going down. Give it time. RP said, I think I'm a pretty masculine dude. Sure you are. That's something that all masculine men say all the time. I'm pretty masculine, dude. Shout out to Dan. David says, if you have to announce it directly in confrontation to someone skeptical, guys, commas, please. If you have to announce it directly in confrontation to someone skeptical of you, it does. I agree. Indy says, I think they're conflating this dom sub idea with the kink version. Yep. Just conflating it with like not real life. Spot on, brother. Zig says the loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. American Gangster. Good quote. Good quote. But on the other hand, you shouldn't have to be yelling to, I'm an alpha, I'm an alpha. But also, that doesn't mean the quietest one in the room is, the strongest.
Like that.
I do like that. And, it goes back to the question of like, what do you find more attractive? Because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a preference.
What's the preference? It's a preference. One of the things you said is like when you and your partner or girlfriend get into something and it's like a little heated, like I get off on that.
Me, I totally don't get off on that. Like I don't need any back talk. I don't need any lip. I don't need any attitude.
Again, it sounds like they're talking about two different things. Like there's nobody. F off. You are not going to convince me that you enjoy having heated arguments. What that sounds like to me is that you do have a very submissive woman. And so you don't get into anything at all ever. And so when there is a little spat, it's like, oh, all right, there's some emotion going here. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. And I think that the fact that some of these guys have been married for a long time shows, because what they're talking about is not relevant to the dating market today. And the idea of a submissive woman, even 10, 20 years ago, like submissive. Whoa, what are you talking about? Submissive. What are you, like a wife beater or whatever? But that's not anymore what we're talking about. We're just talking about in comparison to, like, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. That's all we're saying. Hey, we got Veronica in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. I don't think that quote is directed to loud. Oh, you're loud. I don't know what that is. I think people who are wrong think that if they raise their voice, they'll be right. Yup. My dad always said, don't be wrong and strong.
It's my way or the highway. Like I don't want none of it.
Didn't even have a conversation in the first place about the disagreement.
You're not having
No.
So you just
Right?
want to be challenged. You don't want to be challenged. That's okay. Like, nope, no back talk. I'm right.
That's a different.
Yeah, so I want to run this back because it's it's an important part of the fundamental misunderstanding, the fundamental axiom that I don't think that the one side sees it this way and the other side sees it a different way, even though they're using the same word.
Me, I totally don't get off on that. Like I don't need any back talk. I don't need any lip. I don't need any attitude. It's my way or the highway. Like I don't want none of it. Even
Okay, so that's where the idea is. It's my way or the highway. That's probably not the best way to articulate it. But now listen to how the betas understand what he just said.
I don't need any attitude. It's my way or the highway. Like I don't want none of it.
Didn't even have a conversation in the first place about the disagreement.
You're not having
No. So you just
They're thinking he's saying like, oh, she's not even allowed to speak up.
want to be challenged. You don't want to be challenged.
And there's the alpha, the quote unquote alpha. You don't want to be challenged. No, I don't want to be challenged.
Oh, that's okay. Like, nope, no back talk. I'm right.
That's a different thing. If we're talking about
Right.
a topic
Right.
and she's right about the
Yes.
topic, that's just how
No,
us talking about the topic.
an opinion of yours or things that you
No, I'm talking about.
disagrees with.
If you make an opinion, you're saying you want no back.
No. I'm not talking about opinions. I'm talking about decisions. So we can have a conversation about a topic, but when it comes to a decision, the final decision is mine.
Let me change my word. If we're to have a
All right, before they do that, Veronica says, loud how you go. Help me out. What is going on? Do y'all keyboards not have like autocorrect or like punctuation? LOL, loud how you are on your how I am on my podcast. Okay, that was written weird twice. Because you're loud on here, but you're a fun and appropriate on your podcast, not like these other people. Well, thank you. So I mean, I think that when it depends, because I definitely can get, especially those in the Discord, know that I can get heated and I can get loud. But it always is number one about matching energy. If you're calm with me, then I can calmly explain this to you over and over and over and over again. Even though it's extremely frustrating to me, I can keep this tone of voice. But if you want to get loud with me, I can get loud. You want to get loud? Let's get loud. But it's also about respect. How much are you being respectful in this conversation? Because I could get real disrespectful, but I don't want to. I would rather have a fun, upbeat, nice conversation. Melty Mamini said, it's the correct way or the car never gets to its destination.
Healthy discussion about a decision which she
She
disagrees.
says, I disagree.
Right. She said, so if we say, hey, we want to do, she
Yes.
wants to do A, B, and C.
No,
And I-
use an example. See, this is when you're in a conversation and there's a misunderstanding of definitions. The first thing would be to directly define the word. But if it's more of a concept, then you want to use a specific example and say, no, like, let's say that I, wanted to put my, let's say she wanted to put the kids in public school. And I said, no, they're either going to private school or we're going to homeschool them or something. I don't want them in the public schools. That's something big that it's like, look, if you want to be with somebody who is going to, be a part of that, then I'm not the person to have kids with. That doesn't mean you are forced to do this, that, or the other. Come on. All right, where are we at? Oh God, come on. All right, it's my fault. It's my fault. Okay. Melty said, heated. I can feel your anger through my webcam after every show. Oh, you guys. So RP says, women making over 80% of the purchases is the reason why relationship grifters, networks, and businesses lie to them. Women love to hear that they can do no wrong. That is how we got here. See? Commas, periods, capitalization. Listen to how worked out well for all of us.
I say, no, I want to do D, E, and F, right?
Doing that.
Yeah, I want to make sure we get this whole thing.
About a decision which she
She
disagrees.
says, I disagree.
Right. She said, so if we say, hey, we want to do, she wants to do A, B, and C. And I say, no, I want to do D, E, and F, right?
Doing that.
We're doing D, E, and F at the end of the day. Now, I will listen to what she says. And if I think A, B, and C sounds better,
Then you change your mind because you are confident in yourself and in her to understand that she's with me for a reason. And she wouldn't be bringing up these points if it didn't mean anything.
then I say, okay, yeah, let's do A, B, and C because
But you
that
don't want
sounds
back talk in the first place.
No,
That's
that's
not back talk. That's just a conversation. You don't understand the difference between being dominating. Remember, this is the submissive versus dominating. That's the context in which we're talking. You don't understand the difference between having a conversation and being dominating.
Conversation?
No, that's what I'm saying. If we're having a conversation, that's cool. I'm saying the final decision though is mine. So
I still think he's not saying it the right way. And this is why you need specific examples. Specific examples. Because maybe he would be a little bit too domineering. So we use that situation, and whatever the situation is, then we can address that, because now we all know what we're talking about. Whether, using the kids in school thing, we all understand that. So then we can extrapolate that to the rest of the relationship. But now we're just kind of talking about stuff. Like, what are we saying?
let's speak your mind, but at the end of the day, I'm making the final decision.
So it's like, I'm gonna let you talk.
Yeah,
but
let you
like,
talk. Yes.
In the end, I don't really care. And I'm gonna do what I want.
No, I said I care.
I do want to touch upon
One more thing with like let's clarify.
There you go.
submissive. Let's not get that mistaken between incompetent.
Yes, exactly. There's a difference between incompetent and submissive. The guy was talking about someone who couldn't make a decision, who couldn't do anything for themselves. That's incompetence. That's not submission.
Like submissive does not mean incompetent. And I think you might have been talking about women that
Yup.
could be incompetent,
Yup.
where they don't have the capacity to take care of themselves at all or make any type of decision. So I think there's definitely a difference in how she shows up in the relationship compared to being able to make decisions in her everyday life.
Sure, but he doesn't want them to make decisions.
No, I didn't say I didn't want them to make decisions.
I'll say this.
No, your decision's the final, no matter what.
Some of the
See, if they just use an example, we'd all be on the same page.
strongest women in the world right now are sitting in submissive roles because they're strong enough to think for themselves and do what they feel good in their heart. Because there are women that do want to be submissive naturally. And some of those women are the strongest women in the world right now, especially when the world's telling them to go be something that they don't want to be.
Shout out to Just a Cog, who is saying that exact thing.
I do agree that honestly it is a choice, it's a preference. You know, we shouldn't speak upon like everybody. Obviously, like it's always a gray area. It's a range. It's not one side or the other. And if you guys want to be in a relationship where the woman is submissive and the woman also wants to be in a relationship where the male is dominant, that's completely fine. But the thing I want to talk about more is the fact that like you guys keep saying that like this is what women want, or that like
Yup.
all women want this.
I don't remember anybody saying all. I remember us talking generally, but when we talk generally, we're talking about a balance of probabilities. And in general, women do behave the same way in heterosexual relationships.
Who are we to decide what women want? Because first of all, we're not women, and second, just because of our personal experiences in our lifetime about the people we've interacted with, I feel like that's something we need to take a step back from and clarify that, like, no, this is just my personal opinion. In the end, we don't know what women want. Women knows what they want, not men.
Women knows what they want. What? Like, this is, again, if you are having conversations with the women you're engaged with, then you'll know what they want because they will tell you. And beyond that, how often do we talk about paying attention to their actions? If she might say that she wants to go get a steak dinner, but you drive by Wendy's and she's like, oh, damn, get her that Baconator, bro. David said, dude in the blue suit is a Manosphere guy. Ah, that makes sense. I know that much. He presented himself as an alpha, and as much as I don't use that term, he was one right there for waiting his turn to speak in a civil tone. Facts. Well, good catch. That's also a very important part. Nick says, good point. There's such a big difference. Being incompetent is not a good thing. Exactly. Oh, this is women who get their men in fights are just children. Facts. Why is it about women and not careers or other areas of success? Because men typically don't really care about that.
I have yet to see a relationship because I would say a relationship dynamic that is optimal has deep connection where you could say there's a deep friendship there, but also there's sexual polarity. And I've seen dynamics where there is a great friendship there and there is connection and they do live very cohesively. But when the woman is more dominant, the majority of the time, I have yet to see a dynamic where consistently over time, there is strong sexual polarity on her end in a dynamic.
And that's fine. Like, if that's what you've seen in your lifetime, that's completely fine. Like, but
that has no bearing on reality, or excuse me, I mean my truth. They've already gotten to the next line. Biology says that, but where else could this go?
That's fine. Like, if that's what you've seen in your lifetime, that's completely fine. Like, but then that's
biology says that. I don't think it's just my personal opinion. I don't think
Probably you just surround yourself with.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, just because you've grown up in a certain area where like people are like that, because like I could say this.
Well, I mean, talking about assuming genders, now they're assuming his entire childhood.
Same thing, but on the other side, where I've seen plenty of people and plenty of relationships where like that wasn't the case, but then they're like sexually fine, you know, that they're perfectly fine, their polarity is completely fine, and they're happy. And
how often do you talk to other people about their relationships and how much sex they're having? I'm gonna guess not that often. Just a random guess that a beta, self-avowed, is probably not going around like, how's your sex life? How's your sex life? Because if you would, then you wouldn't be doing that. You'd just be having your own sex life.
I could say the same thing. I could keep going at you saying that, like, oh, because of what I've seen or what I've experienced, dominant men, it won't work. But then that's dumb because there are cases where dominant men do work, but there's also cases where it doesn't.
No, it's all.
Oh, sometimes things happen and then sometimes things don't happen. What?
They're happy. They're probably not going out saying, I'm so happy, I'm dominant, and I'm a woman. They're not going around saying that. You know, they're just happy. They stick to themselves most of the time when they're that happy.
Unlike the submissive women who are out in the world, right? We hear from them nonstop, right?
All right.
MJ says, I would point out that in history, men do purposely seek out women because of the power or status or money that the woman... Okay.
I am great at sex.
Okay. I'm trying to think of whether I would step forward and why, on what, would you guys step forward? Put a 1 if you would step forward and put a 2 if you wouldn't. I mean, I've never had any complaints. But great is a strong word. And I don't want to be out on the internet being like, oh, I'm great at sex. And then, I just get in the bedroom and like, well, it was pretty good, right? I don't know. Hey, we got Bull Rush in the building. Welcome to the party, Bull Rush Bucks. Yeah, right. It's a little weird. Melty says the power or status they gain from their fathers because they did not have a son to inherit it. Yeah, but that's only. When's the last time this was how society worked? Like, absolutely, it did, like 100 years ago. But I thought we were talking about modern dating. We're talking about how the married guy who's been married for 10 years doesn't understand the conversation because he's been out of the dating pool for 10 years. But we're talking about back when there was dowries and stuff. What? I'm Zig's a virgin. All right, congratulations.
Oh, come on, man.
Come on, man.
I mean, I have a lot to learn.
That's what disgusting.
Prove it.
Prove it.
Have it right now.
Bro, this was a chance to redeem yourself.
No, I know, but it's just
All right.
Actually, I'm gonna go back.
With my partner, my wife, I'm able to not only connect physically,
Exactly.
but also emotionally. And I think that's the biggest trick I've learned. Not trick, but the thing I've learned about my years of being with my partner. You have to sort of keep the spice going.
I would say, I think the fact that we have a woman who keeps coming back or who keeps wanting it, I think that, that's a sign that she thinks you're great at sex. You know what I mean? Because she actively wants to keep it going and keep it going in that direction.
I mean, that's pretty simple, right? If she comes back for more, she probably likes it.
I will say though, I'm better at sex with women I care about.
Yeah.
So I think, and me being a player and a guy who goes out and talks to a lot of different women, if with my girlfriend or like my wife or whatever like that, sex would be great. With the other girls, it can still be good, but I know that I don't really put in that much effort because it's almost like I'm masturbating with someone.
And eventually,
Ew, masturbating with someone. What a weird way to put it. I don't think so. I don't think I would walk up just because that's a weird thing. In the same way that I wouldn't call myself an alpha, I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm great at sex. Like, that's just weird. Like, just thinking of any one person saying that about themselves is weird. Because if you're a dude, it's just like, all right. And if you're a woman and you're not just alone with me, about to have sex with me, no, thank you. Yeah, Nick says, 1, you sound like an egotistical a-hole, and 2, you sound sad. Am I right? Yes, sir, you are. I get more people. All right, let's see what
your partner's like comfortability, what they like, what they don't like, and things, and that's how you make sex a lot better instead of like sleeping with.
1,000%. Plus, you love them.
Right.
Like, so you knew if you were gonna die today and you could have sex with one person before you die, it would be that person. Right. Like, no matter what, like you could have every supermodel, every movie star, everything. Like, fuck all that. Like, I want that person.
Focus so much on like what they like as well.
That's actually a big thing that when you're single for a long time, after you've been in a long-term relationship with somebody that you actually do connect with like that, like even if you are having sex, it's not the same thing. And like, oh, that moment, it's it's as cheesy and goofy as they say in the movies. It really is. But
like you're
and far
kind of there
between
to like pleasure them, because you care about them so much.
Right.
Which is why like you would hyperfixate on like what do they like, what they don't like, and you can easily like adjust.
Yeah, MJ, because like one of them's like, all right, so what are we even discussing? Like, this isn't really it's your own personal opinion. Like, do you think you're great at sex? Okay, cool. I don't think I'm great at sex, or I think I am great at sex. Okay, next topic. Weird. Just Cog says it's the emotional connection that can make or break how good sex is. Exactly. Melody said she's trying to smash. You think she would go for the alphas or the betas? Remember, it's Jubilee, so the alphas are going to be toxic, but the betas are still betas. So which would they pick? Yeah, I agree.
yourself and put in effort for that person.
And like, for instance, it's so true that you said that, because my wife and I, we have this thing we call the love menu. Okay, now why did we invent the love menu? We invented the love menu because we have 3 children and they're only 2 years apart. They're in the mid-20s now, but think about it, 2, 4, 6 at home, and I'm working and she's doing her thing. So we found that in our young relationship, sometimes the other person might be tired and but that's hurt feelings. That makes you kind of do this type of thing. So what we did is we come up with a love menu.
Do what type of thing? What?
So we found that in our young relationship, sometimes the other person might be tired and but that's hurt feelings. That makes you kind of do this type of thing. So
I don't know what that means. What is this type of thing? Very bad shadow boxing? Taibo? What is this? Sometimes you do this sort of thing. I don't know. I'm not married. Does anybody know?
what we did is we come up with a love menu of here's the appetizers. I might not be ready for the full course tonight, but here's your appetizer because I know you like this, or here is your dessert, or here's your main course meal. And we broke it into those things. So when we do come to each other and we need that connection, it's not just I'm tired, I don't feel like it. It's kind of well, what's going to happen? We got a full course meal tonight, or we're just going to have some appetizers?
That's cute.
And that's kept it spicy for us. And also, like what you say, making sure we're pleasuring each other. It's not just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, I need to get my rocks off. But how are you feeling about that? And how are you feeling?
Bro, yo, oh my God. That's the funniest thing I think I've seen all week. Whew. Give me a minute. Soaking. All right. All right. All right, we're good. I want to be John Redcorn. There you go.
Feeling about that, because when you're in a long-term committed relationship, you have to do that or it dies.
Right.
And I love that. I love that you talk about the amount of intention that you live with in regard to making sure that you're always evolving.
I think that's a black dude. I'm not sure, but I think it's a black dude.
Evolving with it, always making sure that it's spicy. You just care. I think if you have a genuine care for the other person that you're involved with, then maybe you're not great right then and there, but it will eventually develop into being something that way. So,
and that's again bringing back to all of these questions and virtually everything that they talk about in the the red pill manosphere alpha male thing. It oversimplifies things to a level that especially young men are not going to be able to navigate properly. There's a lot that's going to be there's a lot of boxes that you can check off. There's a lot of red flags that you want to stay away from. But with all of that, that's still completely without the nuance of individual personality.
I love that care that you demonstrate with that.
I'm interested in what you had to say. You've been very quiet on this one. You've been usually
All he said was, "Look at the receipts." He knows it.
and look, and that's a very important thing, right? Is so I think that as a man, I don't hate to say, that you should come in confidently. And I do find by and largely, it's kind of like you could have the alpha beta argument. I do that thinking coming in kind of in a dominant way. There's a reason 50 Shades of Grey is so popular. There's a reason it's the most read book of all time. There's a reason there's detail in it.
The most read book of all time. I'm pretty sure that's the Bible, not 50 Shades of Grey.
And I think you can say so much to a woman in sex without saying a word. You know what I'm saying? It's about how you touch her, how you have your hands on her, the way you take over her in that way. And that
Opus says this panel is a flawed format. The ones who step forward are interviewed alone. Then the ones who didn't are just thrown in without having their own discussion. I mean, that does happen. I think the purpose of having the people who agree step forward first instead of just asking the question is to just use it as a starting point. So I don't think it's necessarily supposed to be balanced. I think it's just supposed to get the conversation started. I mean, the prompt was "I am great at sex," so hard to tell with this one, but possibly. Most read by women. Okay, I didn't know that. Good to know. Good to know. Maybe he was born.
That's okay. Just knowing and seeing that expression and seeing things that happen, and as a result of that, is enough for me to know where I stand on the subject.
The only thing I disagree with you about is I agree with that energy, that take control energy. And I think one woman does love that. But sometimes my wife likes to take control, and I love it.
Well, get up there, girl. Get up there, girl, and do what you got to do. You know,
So, like,
hey,
I don't
hey,
think
I'll put my hands behind my head too. Yeah, cowboy. Hey, don't worry. Yeah, but by and largely,
I mean, who doesn't love a woman who could throw it back? From like that's on special occasion. No, not like that specifically is a special occasion. That's not like the rest of life. What happens in the bedroom is different than how the rest of it goes. Now it can match, the behavior outside of the bedroom, or it could be completely different. But that's not a measure of, how healthy their sex life is. I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
yes. And then when she wants to, but even when you're on bottom, man, you still doing work, bro. It's all about dancing, bro.
I don't want to get naked, but I have sex tattooed on my chest. Can I?
Bro, it wouldn't take much.
No, wait, what did he just now call Derek? Which one's Derek? I'm not good with names. Which one's Derek? Well, let's run it back.
Yeah, but by and largely,
Yeah.
yes. And then when she wants to, but even when you're on bottom, man, you still doing work, bro. It's all about dancing, bro.
I don't
Oh
want to get
yeah,
naked.
yeah. He's talking about when when you're on bottom, you still have work to do. They'll be on there, that shit where they put their knees out and like 5 pumps, and it's like, I can't do it anymore, and they do that back and forth shit, which it works, but it's not the same thing. You know what I mean? Oh, the orange man. Okay. What's the question? Did he call him? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He looks like one. No, Dan. He was saying he would. Yeah. He was telling that's what he was referring to. Okay, now I understand.
My wife likes to take control, and I love it.
Well, get up there, girl. Get up there, girl, and do what
He's like saying theoretically to his wife, get up there and ride that dick.
you got to do. You know,
So, like,
hey, I'll put my hands behind my head too. Yeah, cowboy. Hey, don't worry. Yeah, but by and largely,
Yeah.
yes. And then when she wants to, but even when you're on bottom, man, you still doing work, bro. It's all about dancing, bro.
I don't want to get naked, but I have sex tattooed on my chest.
Wait. Did he just say I don't get naked, but I have sex?
It's all about dancing, bro.
I don't want to get naked, but I have sex
Oh, okay. All right. That's just a very weird thing, but almost as weird as having sex tattooed on your chest.
tattooed on my chest. Can I?
Why?
Bro, it wouldn't take much.
It's right here on my rib.
Okay. All right. And it's like an old one too. Not even like a.
I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
I think the biggest thing I've ever heard from my sexual partners is like, wow, you really caught me off guard. And I think that's like a big part of it.
So is this like an argument with myself?
Tell us why you're terrible.
This is a terrible prompt.
Both sides.
You missed it. He stripped.
So this actually can be interesting. All right, let's take a moment. Think about what could be, because we were all kind of caught off guard by that question. So if you were to, because both me and Melty said we weren't going to step forward. So knowing that you are going to step forward after they have their conversation, what do you think is his reasoning? Like, how is he interpreting the prompt that he would want to say that it would make sense for him to say no, especially the beta guy who came forward and then went back afterwards? That's an interesting. Yeah, I mean, America, right? He looks type to have that. Facts. You'd be surprised, bro. You'd be surprised. He looks like a what you would call it, a SoundCloud rapper. He looks like one of these rappers. He's probably big in his high school, in his town. I bet you that dude fucks a lot. He gets it in. You'd be surprised what some of these chicks are into these days, bro. I'm telling you. I am not at all surprised that he said he fucks a lot, and that, that I'm not doubting him for 1 second, because he has that look, that a lot of women are like, oh my God, he's so masculine. He doesn't worry about toxic masculinity. Like that. Just saying. Nick said nothing quite as nice as a woman who makes it easy for you on the bottom. You just have to stay stiff. There you go. Definitely is. David says, I was saying that about the cop one, the Jubilee video. The prompts are weird sometimes to answer precisely. And they do that on purpose. But there's a difference between a vague prompt that is good because it's going to start a conversation because it can be interpreted this way or the other way, and a bad prompt, not because it's vague, but the vagary prevents the conversation from happening. Yeah, like that kind of look. He looks like one of these rappers like that. And I mean, yeah, let's get a picture of this dude. This guy's still alive, or is he one of the dead ones, or what's the... Actually, that's a bad. Let me do this. Why are they? Okay, let me get a bigger one. Hold up, wait a minute, don't stop, get it. Are they really gonna give me the same one? Yep, that's the biggest. What in the fudgesicle just happened? All right, well, anyway, this is Lil Xan. And he definitely looks like that person. Yeah, he definitely looks like he's not sober. That's for sure. Melted My Media said, and what is a woman to him? For all we know, he is a bottom. Who knows? Who knows? All right, let's Oh yeah, we were just...
Tell us why you're terrible at sex.
You missed it. He stripped.
No, I did see that. I saw that. I disagreed because I just feel like it's such a typical conversation and belief that every guy believes they're great at sex. And to be real, when I talk to my girlfriends, none of them have good sex with guys, unless it's like you guys said.
Okay. That's an interesting angle. Let's see where it goes.
Your partner, then you can get better at it, right? And you know what they like.
Thank you, Nick.
So that's what I mean. Like, I think I'm great with my girlfriend, but if I was to generate and say, like, I'm great at sex, I'm like, no, I didn't, almost every girl I slept with before probably never even got off, really. But to say, like, I'm great at sex, I can bring...
Okay, no, then you're not great at sex. Because if you don't know whether a girl you've been with has gotten off or not, she probably didn't get off. They think they know. They think that we don't know when they're faking it. And I'm sure there's been a time or two when I've been fooled. But there's a big difference. The leg shake, that little flutter in their voice. You know when you hit the spot. He's too honest. Hey, no hate. If you're not hitting it right, then this is what you need. Just sit around a room full of dudes and be like, even the betas are like, okay in this area. Maybe you and Lil Xan need to sit down and have a discussion about how to dick down a girl. Who knows? Is that his name, Kevin? Chad in disguise. Beast. Yeah, right? They probably didn't even get off, really. Yeah, they didn't.
Bring a dildo in, like, it's just like, I'm nothing against that. Like, I like all kinds of things.
I didn't mention a dildo.
Why'd you look at me?
I was wondering why.
Can I also just point out how naturally everybody is just in, and nobody's taking offense, even the freaking dude in a dress, nobody's taking offense that, being the suggestion that somebody is gay makes a bunch of a room full of dudes uncomfortable. Men don't want to be seen as being gay, whether they're wearing a dress or not, apparently. So it makes sense that, men are like, but if you act that way, homophobe. Well, again, all of them, they all laugh. This guy is, probably obviously he's an anomaly, but out of the normal people, he's probably a little the most weenie-ish, if I may say so.
It's just like, I'm nothing against that. Like, I like all kinds of things.
I didn't mention a dildo.
Why'd you look at me like that?
No problem. He's reaching into his dress as he laughs, scratching his titty because it's so funny. Just something to keep in mind. Men behave in a certain way when they are around other men. Melody says, if she is dry like the desert, there is no pleasure. If it's wet like a river, you made her quiver. It's not that hard to know I am right. There you go with the bars.
I was wondering why you said that.
No, I'm just saying that, like, but you still looked at him. You look like you look like that. No, I'm kidding. I didn't mean that. But it's like I just feel like, you know, there's a lot for me to learn even now with my partner, and I just like to say I'm great. I don't say that to myself because I think that blocks me.
He also has that, you know, like whoever said there's like you know, each they're switched on the wrong side. We got the dress guy on the beta side when really he should be on the alpha side. We got this dude on the alpha side when he talks the upspeak where you end every sentence and upward inflection. And I think I have a lot to learn with my girl, and I don't know. I hate it. I hate it.
You look like that. No, I'm kidding. I didn't.
You look like
But
the
it's
type.
like
I
I just feel like, you know, there's a lot for me to learn even now
even now
with my partner,
and
I just like to say I'm great.
I like to say I'm great.
So I don't say that to myself because I think that blocks me from something that I might.
He could just be from Canada. Oh man! Shout out to the smoke. The smoke MJ is giving Canada. Oh, good one. Justin Cox said, if the foreplay is good, she should be soaked regardless. If you know, you know. Said Beta Anonymous.
And I'd be good at it, actually.
No, I agree. I completely agree with the aspect that, like, honestly, there's always room for growth. You know, like going around saying thinking that you're like the best is like is not something that I agree with, but more so that, like, especially with someone that, you know, like a partner, like that you actually want to give the effort into, you learn, you know, like it doesn't always have to go like perfect the first time, you know, you pick up things, like everyone's different, you know, man and woman. So like,
I think that's the whole crux of this conversation, is that trying to distill men and women, or even just men, down into alpha or beta is a good heuristic, because we all understand. You're like, that's beta as fuck. Like, we understand what that means. But when you try to actually make it a real label, it's like, this is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have these easy, you know, shortcuts in language, because people take it seriously. This is why, exactly. This is why we can't have nice things.
Honestly, like
But that's what when I think when that question says I'm great at sex, like that to me tells me you could line up 10 girls and 9 out of 10 you would know exactly what to do.
Sometimes
Yup.
it's just like a confidence thing. Like, I am confident that I can achieve good sex.
Exactly. Right.
I mean, pun intended. It's not that hard. There's a thingy right there you want to get, and then a thingy right there you want to get. And if you're really adventurous, you can go around for the back door. But I mean, there's two spots that you need, and you can play with her titties, and she might like that as much as you do too. It's not that hard. Melted Mind Media says the problem with this show is trying to generalize 7 billion people. I don't necessarily think that's an issue, talking about their experiences and the differences between the two groups. But as we're seeing, there is a big difference amongst the groups. So it's not really a group in and of itself. You know what I mean? Hey, Dan Jensen! Out-sponsored himself once again. Thank you so much. Of course, that means a treat for Morty. Out-sponsoring yourself, no question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Thank you so much. Oh, you gotta leave. Oh no, Dan. All right, well, you train those guys good so that you know, you can leave them with the job, and you can hang out with us. And very much appreciated. Lord Dan is right. Thank you so much for hanging out and being the sponsor once again of the stream. Very, very much appreciated. All right, let's see. Yeah, hopefully. Where did we go? So Dan said you should clip up that point right there. The pigeonholing people doesn't work on individual cases. But again, nobody said it ever does. We're always having just a general conversation about this stuff. We're using our own personal experiences, but that doesn't mean that our personal experiences have no relevance to other people. There may be things that are unique to each person, to ourselves, to whatever. But we can generalize. It's not a problem. I think that was you, baby girl. Just a Cog says, it takes two to have good sex, though. No, it doesn't. Maybe on your side. But definitely not. You can lay there like a dead fish. And it's not gonna be great. But I'm gonna have fun. All consensual, obviously. Opus said, this is why we need a non-secular, values-based community of like-minded people. Well, lucky for you, I created one! Head over to the Indian Jesus Discord server where the party never ends. That's right, we are over there 24/7, and after every stream like this one, we're going to head over there to have a panel discussion where you're not stuck behind your computer, you're actually in the room with me and everybody else, and we can have a deeper conversation. But absolutely, I agree with Opus. And that is why I created such a community. Community of like-minded people. Because in the absence of that, communities like the Manosphere fill that void so poorly. You've got the Manosphere. You've also got feminism. You've got just liberalism in general. I mean, people will find something. They will find something. Justy Cog said, yeah, if the chick is just laying there, she's not enjoying it. Just saying. Oh, facts. But I'm just saying, that doesn't mean that I can't have a great time. That's all I'm saying. David said, what I meant specifically was not about our individual experiences, but the point you made about how alpha and beta doesn't work in practice. Yeah, no, completely agree. And we saw that very clearly in Destiny, in the Destiny Sneako and Roll debate. Absolutely. Well said. Really well said, sir. All right, let's dive back in. Thank you so much for the likes, guys. No, we got more than that, Nick. We're good. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying, because the thing is, I look at it like, because you're saying, well, being the best, you can't really change being the best. But I disagree. I look at it as, I am the best, but I'm choosing to be great with this person.
What? I'm the best person at sex, and I'm choosing to be great with this person? Oh. All right.
And so what I'm saying is, I can be really great with this one other girl, but I choose not to. And I do that purposely. And the reason why I do it purposely is because, like I was saying earlier, when we talk about friends with girls and all that other stuff, is that women have to earn good dick. That's how you understand?
Women have to earn good dick. If you don't earn it, you don't gonna get it.
I'm saying, so if I'm with a woman where I just met you at the bar and we're just hooking up, I'll give you some, like I should say women should earn great, but I'll give her some good, but it ain't gonna be great because you haven't earned it. You're not my girl. You haven't done anything.
You're not gonna go the extra mile for
right? Exactly. I'm not gonna go the extra mile for a new girl.
I agreed with the I agree with the mentality, but then not the stage of it.
Right. I'm just not gonna do all that for a new girl.
He's talking about you gotta earn that great dick. You gotta earn that great dick. He's saying, I'll lay it down. I'll lay some pipe, but if I don't love you, then I'm not gonna try and go the extra mile. I'm not gonna do any I'm not gonna warm up. I'm not gonna, foreplay. I'm just gonna get it in, do what I'm here for, and dip out. That's what he's talking about. And that is why MJ is not a fan of Mr. L. Melted My Media says, what? I cheat on my girl, but nope, try again. I mean, he's crude in his point, but I feel kind of similar. One night stands aren't the time to give the gold medal performance. Hey, when you're right, you're right. Yeah, you good.
I'm not gonna do that. So what I'm saying is that the greatness comes from within you to know that you can, but you have to make the decision to do that. And I think most guys, if they care about a woman, they'll do that because that woman in some form or fashion has earned that type of energy from him.
Agree or disagree? Agree or disagree with the following statement? Is this the Mr. L that we're talking about? Mr. L has fucked more girls than both Fresh and Fit combined. Agree or disagree? This guy has laid more pipe than Fresh or Fit put together. Just curious. Andy says disagree. All right. We got one disagree. No, really? Okay. Fair enough. The guy, this guy, the guy in purple. That is him, right? Yeah. Because the only reason I'm saying that. Okay. Well, no. All right. So let me amend that then, because fine. He's not directly paid for, because we all pay for it, but not a transaction like that. If we're not talking about hookers and shit, then MJ's there because he knows that you can tell that's what you're saying. Yes. I feel like this guy has I'm not saying he's great, but he's just been with a lot of women. So he has this idea that, I'm the best. I can do this. And the way that he talks about it is not in this like ephemeral, like, I don't really know how it goes down kind of way. And he says, if you're, quote, good at sex, end quote, and getting a lot of women, you don't come onto a show and brag about that. To be fair, nobody, I'm assuming they didn't know the prompts beforehand. Nobody went in there knowing that they were going to be asked about how whether they had great sex or not. David said he's more capable of laying the pipe to a rando. I agree. Okay, he probably doesn't have the numbers that frauds do. All right, that's a good middle ground. That's what I was trying to get at. Is that the way that, especially Fresh, but Myron too, the way that they speak is in almost like an academic way. And it's just very off-putting. MJ said, I would say that Mr. L is always trying to get some, but he has turn-off energy. I agree. Man Boobs is a 2-minute, a.k.a. a Myron. Oh, no. All right. Yeah. But, yeah, no, I got you. You were good. You're good. All right. Okay. I was just curious.
Because that woman, in some form or fashion, has earned that type of energy from him. And that's how I look at it.
It's like, I completely agree, but I just want to change the word earn to something else. Something similar, but that means a little different. Because, like, you don't want to give as much effort to, like, other people.
Maybe that's what it is. Because this guy's focusing on the word earn. And it is kind of a crude word in this context. And so that's kind of what I was talking about. And I think David, you got me. I'm not going to, it was a small point, but.
Something similar, but that means a little different. Because, like, you don't want to give as much effort to, like, other people that you don't really
exactly
see, like, long-term with. But then, like, obviously, if it's, like, a partner or someone that you can see a future with, you know that you can keep, improving. You can be, like, the best, for that person.
Who thinks that great sex is more mental or more physical?
Ooh, we're going to make that a poll. I'm very curious to hear what you guys think. Is sex more about mental or physical? You tell me. We're going to let them talk a little bit, and then we'll come back to that. I'm trying to decide if I want to let them influence. All right, we'll let it play.
Which one would you raise your hand?
Well, which one? Say one of them.
Who thinks that great sex is more mental?
I mean, I think it's more mental.
Okay.
Notice all the alphas raised their hands, as well as the one guy who I said specifically is probably a lot more alpha. Quote, I'm using it the way that they are, a lot more alpha than he realizes.
Who thinks great sex is more physical?
This pretty privilege. It's so obvious. Was he the only one? They made a cut, but I want to.
Okay. Who thinks great sex is more physical?
Nobody else, just him. The reason. Okay, so that's very interesting, because it seems here we have 88% of and even more, because I'm with the mental side. They just explained the whole thing about how, emotions play a big part in how much fun you're having. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't have a grand old time without a care in the world for who you're having fun with. Men, ladies, I don't know. You might be on, that may not be how it works. But for men, absolutely. But this guy, to say that it's more about the physical, drawing on his quote unquote pretty privilege. I'm trying to understand, like, because I don't have pretty privilege. Yeah, right. Because obviously he's about to explain himself, but I'm trying to see if I can get there before he can, but I guess not. But all right.
Come on, say
Okay.
say one of them.
Who thinks great sex is more physical?
The reason why I sat down and then I stepped back is because stepping down, sitting down, it was just kind of like that societal pressure of, we all agree like men have to be really great at sex.
No. Because the other dude who's on the alpha side, who would have a higher expectation than you on the beta side, also didn't step forward.
And I had to check myself out of my ego and take a step back, because it can't be 9 out of 10. It has to be 10 out of 10. I know I've had, one night stands, and I can't account for every single partner that I've had if they had a great experience or not. I could just be honest with myself and say I did my best. But, for whoever is going to be my partner next, you have to have that, like that sense of like open-mindedness.
I bet you he has never been in a serious relationship before. I bet you he's only been with, he's only had flings and stuff. He seems younger. I mean, he can't be more than 23, 25 at most. There's no way that he's been in any sort of serious relationship and thinks that. Opa said this dude has only gotten laid because he is a beefy. Exactly. That's life. Yep. Melody said, I think my answer has to do with me not having that true love emotion. Are you being serious here? That's sad. That's sad. You'll find the right one. You'll find the right one. Don't worry. You're young.
In a way, because what they might think they want from you to make you great, you might not agree with even trying. I get what you're saying about women having to earn great, but I feel like at the same time,
Why is it so funny coming out of your mouth?
I feel like I told you I'm a comedian. I feel like at the same time, women's needs are a lot different than men's in bed. So what might be, easy for you, like a quick 1-2, they're expecting, maybe more foreplay or more physical intimacy, or, and with the whole like BDSM with like 50 Shades of Grey, I think that appeal to like a certain subset of women and their fantasies, but I don't think
all of them.
All women.
I think it's a great fantasy.
It's all of them except the ones that it doesn't apply to. That's literally the accurate way to say it. It is all women except the women who don't like it. And that seems like a very vague statement, but it's just like, I'm trying to think of a good example. But like, yeah, all women don't want that, but most of them do. Melted Mind Media said, no, like I haven't had it yet with a girl I've been with. Yeah. I mean, like I'm saying, you're young, you'll get there. Don't feel like it's you're lost. Yeah, exactly. You're young. You still have plenty of time. And Just a Cog says a lot of women prefer the domination. Of course.
Subset of women and their fantasies, but I don't think that accounts for all women.
I think it's a great fantasy, but I think if you put most women, like really say, do you want that? They'd be like,
yup.
I want that. Nah, they really want it.
They do.
Women?
All right, we're just going to move on from that. All right. So our next one, women should not is the prompt. Women should not be in positions of power. I think obviously the betas are going to step forward, and I think our beta alpha guy, the Asian looking dude, I think he's going to not step forward.
Should not be in position of power.
Facts, Opus. Choking and hair pulling are required tools in the arsenal.
Game over, just like his hat says.
I'm the only one. I think a woman can be in a position of power only by herself, but not in relation to being in a relationship with a man. Because when she's in a relationship with a man, the man has to be the leader. The man has to be the one that's guiding the situation, directing the situation. If it's in any other situation by herself with work, with her friends or whatever, she can do whatever she wants to do.
Game over. Your game is over.
I hope that this actually does foster a good conversation, because this guy just seems very he seems like the opposite side of the spectrum from our very soft-spoken pretty boy. You know what I mean? That like he's got game or whatever, that he can get it. He can he can pull girls, but it feels like he's just missing that aspect of like, that the gay shit that makes love actually really good. It doesn't seem like he's had much experience with that. Although, it doesn't seem like he's completely void of it. But I don't know. Melton My Media says, why does the man have to lead? Incompetent men need women to what?
I first want to ask, because there was a lot of like have tos, but like not really a reason behind it. Like, can I ask, like, what's your reason behind like why a man has to be in power? Why can't a woman be in power?
There you go. That's the type of questions that this format is for. It's not giving you the conversation. It's just giving you a prompt for you to start the conversation. Good job, Eddie.
Power is such a weird word. I'll say more like the leadership role. And the thing is that a man has to lead a woman. He has to guide a woman, because what happens is that when it's the opposite, when a woman is leading that man,
not like it.
She usually loses respect for him.
Yep.
When she's in a relationship with a man who is, under her, who's submissive to her in a lot of different situations, then she starts to lose respect for him, because she's looking for a man to lead and guide her.
Ask my ex-girlfriend. She will unfortunately be able to tell you exactly that. So I told this story a couple times before, but just really quickly, it was right as a lockdown was starting, and I matched with this girl on whatever app, and like lockdown had just started, so we're both just sitting home all day with nothing to do, and so we're texting back and forth a lot. She had so many red flags. She was a walking red flag. But I just, I didn't know any better at the time. I had no idea what the red pill was. I didn't know any of that. I was a blue pilled plugged in beta as much as you could be one. Rom-coms and Disney was my plan for the future. So, I get with this girl. She's, got milky skin, brunette hair, bright green eyes, and, the heavies, and I am gone. So we're talking. And the first couple weeks, it's going fine. And but then, and we're texting a lot. I mean, like the second we wake up to the second we're going to bed, but we're also not, there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do at all. The whole world is shut down. Then she went back to work. She was a mobile dog groomer. I'm a dog trainer, and she's a dog groomer. I think that's what got our match originally. But so she went back to work. So now the dynamic has totally shifted. I'm at home in the same way that I've been for the last 2 weeks. But now she's got stuff to do all day. And I'm like, hey, talk to me. Pay attention to me. Hey, don't you like me anymore? Oh. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because she just lost interest. And she's like, bro, I'm just not about it. Like, and then we broke up. And the next day, she's like, are you back on the dating apps? I'm like, what do you mean? I love you. And she said, get back on the app. Oh, man. What? Oh, yeah. Like, okay. So, Melton My means, what if there's, is this, why does a man have to lead incompetent men? Need women to be like that? What if a man doesn't want to make the decisions? Okay, then you don't get a woman. That's part of being a man, is making decisions, doing shit, getting shit done, becoming somebody. You don't have to do anything, but that's not what women are into. There you go. That is supposed to be for Patreon only. Come on, bro. Well, this says I will never get a girl based off an app. All right, everybody screenshot it. Because as soon as soon as he gets, you know, a little too, we'll just do a little bit of swipe. I'll just go on one date. I'll just get it in real quick. It happens to the best of us, brother. Oh, Ziggs, you don't even know. She was, I haven't had head like that since my college girlfriend. I mean, really, honestly. No, there's no pegging story. Yeah, facts, Ziggs, definitely. All right. Let's hop back in.
Then she starts to lose respect for him because she's looking for a man to lead and guide her. If you notice, they have sex with the bad boys, but then the nice guys get tossed to the side. You see, like, why is that?
Well, if you look at them psychologically, they have past traumas and
No, I'm not going to hold you to that, dude, because that is how people meet these days. Unfortunately, it would be nice if we could all just meet somebody at the grocery store or a friend and whatever. But once you leave school, there's no mechanism by which you are going to come in contact with women. You have to you have to go out in the world and do stuff. And just letting you know now, if you're starting a YouTube channel, you're not going to have a lot of time in the next 5 years to go out and do stuff. So I'm telling you.
issues probably, but like, look, there's women for you, right? I mean, like, you're on a different scale. What I would say, some women want a guy like you because they don't want to do anything, right?
Oh, the apps definitely are trash. It's just, you know, there's nothing else out there. Nobody's knocking on my door.
They don't want to take that position. I'm around a lot of women who don't want that. They're in positions of power, not just in work, career, at home. I know a lot of them. I do business. I find women much more pleasant to do business with. But when you're talking about maybe being at home,
Think about that sentence. When you're doing business against somebody, it's not their job to make it easy for you. So all you're saying is that I'm better at competing with women. Listen to it again.
career, at home, I know a lot of them. I do business.
So when you do business, you're like, oh man, you know, this guy is he drives a hard bargain. That's good business. And if you can handle that, that makes you a good businessman.
I find women much more pleasant to.
That means they're not driving business as hard. That's literally the same thing as the the trans athletes things. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I agree with you, Jessica. But I mean, exactly. People are trash. That's why the apps are trash, and that's why bars are trash. It's because people are trash. Men and women across the board, people are trash. And you have to, navigate through that. So either you navigate shitty people in real life, or you navigate shitty people on your phone. It's the way of the world. When would you like me to go to the bar? I'm doing this right now. And then what do I do after this? I go in a room and hang out with you guys. So when exactly would you like me to go to the bar? What money am I spending? Am I buying drinks? Because I'm not just buying them for myself. Now I have to buy drinks for somebody else. And unless you put it out there. I've not asked anybody for anything, but Dan's the only one who has sent any money. So if we're talking about going to the bar, then pony up, because I don't fucking have any money, because it's all gone into providing this for you. David Banner says, I only meet girls. What's a meet girl? I only meet girls the old-fashioned way, arranged by her parents after I paid her dad 5 cows. The way God intended. Go to the bar at 1 p.m. Oof, that is, I mean, you don't want to do that. I will definitely take you all to the bar. You just got to pay. Now, Jessica Cox says, people don't know how to treat others or even communicate anymore. Exactly. It's a full-on cycle of trash. So instead of wading through that trash in real life and getting all stinky and stanky and nasty, just do it right from here. Swipe, 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 swipe. No red flags to worry about. This girl that I was going out with at the beginning of lockdown, she was a single mother. She had a bad relationship with her parents. She'd only just gotten out of her last abusive relationship. Like, walking red flag. Oh, and Melted Mind Media comes through for the beer fund, so I can get laid and Morty can get paid in peanut butter. Thank you so much, brother. Very, very much appreciated. MJ said, ooh, I need to rubberneck. There was an emergency crew outside. Take a video and drop it in the Discord. Now we all gotta know. Join the Discord if you would like to see the after hours video from MJ.
To do business with. But when you're talking about maybe being at home, I don't know. It's just like, I think when you get into your...
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! With the over $10 or the $9.99 super chat, that gets us a special peanut butter banana treat for Morty. You gotta dance for it. Thank you. Come on, eat it. Thank you so much to Dr. Evil Genius. Of course, Dr. Evil Genius is the host of the Talking Shit podcast, an awesome channel you should definitely go check out. What does Evil say here? Said, I'm a cringy beta. That's all I got. I'll see myself out. Tip your waiters and waitresses. All right. Thank you. Very much appreciated. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you. All right, let's dive back in.
I do business. I find women much more pleasant to do business with. But when you're talking about maybe being at home, I don't know. It's just like, I think when you get into your end of the pond, it can get a little bit mucky. You know what I mean? And I don't really subscribe to that as well.
I heard you say you were from New York. I lived in Manhattan for 30 years.
Thank you again,
as a fashion
Dr.
designer in the heart of
Evil.
Manhattan. She was working as a fashion editor. I held it down with the 3 kids. I was the one bringing the money home. I was the one doing that. After my son, my youngest, went back to school, she went back to work. I always wanted to have my own collection. She was like, you should do that now. So guess what? She had the job. She paid the bills while I was building my company. So I could be strong in our relationship and be a man in our relationship, but I also got to know what it means to have a partner next to me and not someone that I have to lead.
Well, I think it's really, really important to specify what leading means.
Thank you.
And so right now we're talking.
Exactly. You're talking past each other because you're using the same words, but you're not, they don't mean the same thing.
You talked about, okay, we do the chores. Sometimes she pays more, sometimes I pay more. I think it's looking at a really superficial level. I think what you look at in a relationship, when you look at leadership and the one that is following per se, is who's the one holding down the emotional space? Like, who has the capacity to show up as the rock the majority of the time in a dynamic? And if that is the woman, I believe, for the most part, the polarity gets thrown off and there will be a deficiency in the sexual attraction that she'll have for you. If you are more excessively emotional and unstable than your wife, I do believe that's going to lead to issues in the relationship.
A man's job is to be the mountain that a woman's emotional waves crash into. Like,
Ooh,
straight up.
All right.
So women are always going to be more emotional than men. Men should be the stable ones. Men don't need to be crying in front of women. And ideally, they're not splitting chores. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I think that if a woman cannot look up to you in some way, then she cannot respect you. And if she cannot respect you, she cannot love you.
Based. If she cannot respect you, she cannot love you. Melts My Media says Morty should get you all the chicks. No, Morty just gets all the chicks. I had him when I was in college. And I bring him on campus and we walk around and they would pay attention to him. Say, oh, so cute. And I walk away. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing that I'm not black-pilled. And so we were talking about the apps. Just Cog says, nah, selfies aren't a great way to judge character, and text doesn't help to gauge compatibility. I don't disagree, but that's why you want to move from the app to having a real life conversation as quickly as possible. We had that one. He's undercover. Yeah. Dr. Virginia, sponsor of the stream, said, who is the one devising and administering the game plan for the direction of your shared lives together? Mrs. Evil, and I'll remind you that Dr. Evil Genius lives similarly to how the Mr. L guy lives, where he has a, Mrs. Evil, and then a second, you can correct me if I don't have the tier correctly, but, and they've been together almost 20 years. So, congrats on that. So he says, Mrs. Evil makes more money than I do. She still consults me on her next moves. I taught her how to negotiate for more money. We were just saying about the dude who's like, oh, when I do business with women, it's much more pleasant. Obviously, I taught her how to negotiate for more money that exceeds the amount I make. I guess that makes you a cringy beta, because the alpha male has to be this, that, and that. So if you're not taller, if you're not stronger, if you don't make more money, then you're just a cringy beta. It's not that simple, guys. And that's why, you know, it's been coming more and more clear as, you know, let's say the last few months have gone by, you know. And I mean, you know, shout out to Dr. Genius and the Talking Shit podcast. They just did a video about you know, the whole red pill community and how it's not really what it's supposed to be. Thank you again for you know, playing my very embarrassing story. But yeah, definitely go check that out if you want to hear more embarrassing shit about my life as a beta. But when we have the conversation like this, we can see that, like, it helps. It helps. You guys have been cracking me up. All right, what was I saying? That these labels, they're good for very surface level conversation. They're very good for surface level and entry level understanding of the topics. But you have to understand that once you got the basics, that's all it is. All this alpha, beta, red pill, manosphere, all of that stuff, even feminism. Red pill is the male feminism. It only goes so far. If it becomes your entire identity, then you're gonna get lost. You're gonna get lost in the sauce.
I totally just
Yeah.
totally just so.
And again, I'm pretty certain, based on the way that he's been talking, I forget his name, Algonquin over here, or whatever his name is. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. He, again, being married so long, I think the terms that are being used, alpha and beta, and submission and dominant, he is thinking of them in a very different way. He's not thinking of them in the way that, like, yes, my wife looks up to me. And the fact that he has 2 women that live with him. There's respect there, bro. I mean, again, Dr. Evil Genius, please let us know if it's any different. But how easy is it to keep together 2 women in your household if they don't respect you? Yeah, know? And she says, so what do you think these guys, ladies, had to say after them seeing this show? Well, the betas, they probably don't have women. And the alphas women, it doesn't matter because they're submissive, right? Dr. Virginia says, quote, if it becomes your entire identity, oh, quoting me, all right, if it becomes your entire identity, you're gonna get lost. Yeah, nothing good. Dr. Virginia says, it is impossible to keep one woman if she doesn't respect you. And this guy has 2, and he's saying, well, they don't have to respect you. What was the exact wording he used?
Cannot love you.
But yeah, this guy has a similar situation. Was it him? No. Was it him? Because I know this dude, but I think they both do, right? Either way, no. Okay, I'm mixing it up. It was this dude that has a wife and a girlfriend. This guy just has his wife. Okay.
I totally just
So, and the only reason I didn't come sit down is because I have some really, really good women in leadership roles in my businesses. And they are absolute leaders. Now, they might lead under me, but I think they stand alone as leaders, and I respect them enough that I would never come sit down over that particular statement because it's too vague. But in a relationship, yes, sir, I do agree that a man should be the leader. He should be the breadwinner, and he should be the one solving all the problems out in the world and emotionally at home.
I'm glad again that you two say for work it's fine, but when it comes to our relationship, I got to be the one to wear the pants, and okay, let's not say pants. We'll use the person's words. I got to be the mouth.
Pants works. I'm wearing the pants. That's why I've been single for so long, because I done learned if you can't wear the pants, don't wear clothes. You know what I mean?
That her emotions crash into. I tell you guys, we can be very emotional too. And I know there's a lot of guys in my 55 years that are
But we already addressed that thanks to the dude in the gray suit. Because we're not talking about being emotional. We're talking about being emotionally unstable. Not the same thing. Sorry, sir. Your 55 years are useless here.
Way emotional to some of these women out here now that are taking charge. So I think that's
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. They are, but they've noticed. If you notice,
and I don't think it hurts the relationship either.
and if you notice, isn't it weird that nowadays they're talking about all these single, sexless men and all these guys having issues? Why do you think that is?
They're becoming more emotional than ever.
Exactly.
I think women are putting up with less bullcrap.
No, they're not
putting up.
I am not a sexless single guy.
Good for you.
I'm not saying you.
No, I'm just saying this. But
No one said you were.
my girlfriend is an emotional rock for me.
That's what I mean.
I'm sorry, but I gotta strongly disagree with everything you say. I'm also
Based.
a breadwinner right now. It wasn't always like that though. She's going through a time and she wants to actually do something for herself, and I totally support that. But when it comes to an emotional, whatever you just said, that analogy, look, I mean, I think that's the problem also with a lot of toxicity that goes on, because some men,
Oh, here we
a
go.
lot of men have emotions. You don't know how to express it, and then it turns into this opposite toxicity.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That is absolutely. I thought he was going to go down. Him being our mole of the betas on the alpha side. I thought I was going to talk about toxic masculinity, but this is exactly right. It turns into the opposite of it turns into the opposite of masculinity, and it turns into toxicity. That's a perfectly fine way to say that. Melted Mind Media said he is not sexless, not when he has it. He's not sexless, not when he. Oh, come on, bro! Jesus fucking Christ! Yes, that's it. It's not funny when you do it like that. This would have been hilarious. You're so close. You're so close. Dr. Evil Genius says Dread Guy is feminine as not beta, just feminine. I agree.
How do I know this? I used to be one of them.
Me too.
Me too.
But a lot of these like rich millionaires are the ones that like have huge high divorce rates and things of that sort. And I think it's because they're just genuinely unhappy. Like, is your
I should have used this. Oh my God. Why didn't I use this as the thumbnail? This would have been a perfect thumbnail. Oh man.
woman with you for your security, or did they actually like you as a person? And we're starting to see that women want me at first, but I don't think it ends well, because after a while, like, they want you for your security. They don't want you for who you are as a person and
Correct.
things of that sort. And that's why we see these millionaires and all these like really alpha males getting high divorce rates, because
I don't think that tracks, but fair enough. If they were alpha, then they wouldn't. Whatever. This is why this terminology is so dumb. Dr. Virginia says, in his mind, men couldn't possibly be single because men are putting up with less crap.
What?
MJ said, okay, Angela looks very, very tired and unwell. We determined before that he's probably taken a lot of Xanax before this. Well, then just type slower, homie.
I think at first it starts off with like security.
Money doesn't make you alpha.
Yeah, I think so.
No, not at all, man.
Facts. Who was it? Somebody was, I was just watching a video where somebody was saying this. I think it might have, I think it was Tim. And he was saying, Reagan came in and brought in the no-fault divorce and turned marriage into a joke. Absolutely.
See, you educate me. That's why I came here.
A man can.
What does DPI stand for? It just told me my mouse changed something. Oh, is it my? What the hell just happened? Oh, I didn't even know this mouse does that. Okay, hold on 1 second. It's too fast. Okay, cool. So let's get some of these. David said Angelo's coming down, and the bright lights are killing him. Oh man, yeah, I figured that out when I was moving a lot faster, and I was like, I don't remember pressing that.
Just be friends.
I'm all over the place. Struggle streaming hard. Justin Cog says, when you bait the hook with your wallet, you attract shallow ticks and gold diggers. There you go. Words to live by. When you bait the hook with your wallet, or when you lead with your wallet, as it's often said, you attract shallow chicks and gold diggers. Absolutely right. Bill Gates? What about Bill Gates? Yeah, see? Bill Gates has money, but isn't alpha. He is creepy. Facts. Super facts. Dr. Virginia says money doesn't make you alpha. Nominally true, but alphas tend to have more resources than betas on the whole. On the whole, no, yes, definitely agreed. And so he isn't alpha, but as as Dr. Evil was just saying, he's an alpha in his sphere of influence, and so that's again why this terminology is confusing. It's inherently confusing because it can be obfuscated. We could employ semantic obfuscation to make it to mean whatever we want it to mean, which is not good. We want to be precise and deliberate with our language. The first live stream, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? We all friends here. All right, so a man can. We're on to our next prompt. A man can, not will or has or should or shouldn't. A man can be just friends with an attractive woman. Just put a 1 if you think that this is possible. Put a 1 if you think it is possible for a man to be just friends with a woman who is attractive.
With an attractive woman.
Can
be. Bill Gates smashing a bunch of chicks on the side, and his wife knew about it. He had the leverage, and he used it until she took half the money. But even still, he's got so much that it don't even really matter. And didn't he donate all of his money, and then somehow became the richest man in the world again? All right, so we're in hell no. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Even still, sometimes it gets squirrely. Even still, it's a good point. It is a good point. They didn't say gay, but let's assume we're talking about straight people. Evil says if she's anything above a wildebeest, not possible. Not happening. So Melty's the only one who's saying, well, maybe a gay dude, but oh no, we're getting a full 2. We're getting a full 2 from Melted Mind Media. All right. Veronica says some of my best friends were guy with no attraction. Honey, I got something to tell you. I actually, let me not even go there. Because there's 2 options and I don't want to, let's just move on.
No technicalities, bro.
So I think it's all about, again,
Of course. That's it.
as we've been saying before, it's all about choices. I think if you find a woman attractive, it depends on, are you going to choose to pursue her or not? But for some of us, like if we're speaking from personal experience, I've met many attractive women. And that's not the only thing that, I'm looking for. It's also about personality. So
Pretty
she can
privilege.
be a 10, but if it's like the personality is just,
Yeah, this is coming from the perspective where you can talk to or fuck any girl that you want. You're like, yeah, of course you can be friends. I don't give a shit about her. But for most people, this is the case. Yeah, what do we miss? Because, oh man, that's MJ said, you should have said the good-looking woman isn't your first relation. What? It says you should have attractive female friends. It gives you character and street cred. No, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. Yeah, call them right now and see what would they say. It's just there's the possibility that none of them would fuck you if you wanted to is 0. 0. Yep. Woman says, why didn't they invite this woman to the panel? What? Wait. This woman? They gotta, diversity, equity, inclusion, Veronica's holding on. It's true. We had no attraction toward each other. He loved his girlfriend and I loved my boyfriend. What was the first prompt? Were you here for the first prompt, Veronica? The prompt was, I'll get it specifically. Men are designed, so you can agree or disagree. Men are designed to want to sleep with multiple women. They all said yes. So just because they love their girlfriend doesn't mean they wouldn't enjoy fucking you and still love their girlfriend. I don't know what you're talking about, MJ.
You know, someone who doesn't challenge me on a spiritual level, emotional level, someone who also is like emotionally unavailable, like, then it doesn't really matter.
I have friends who like, I would consider very attractive, but then at the same time, and when I think about it,
Facts. Oh my God. This is the line of the night. Women really don't know or understand us. We are so simple. They can never understand the level of simplicity that we just operate and go. I could not have said that better myself. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so what if he was single?
I wouldn't be able to stand like being alone in a room with them for like.
The only thing that, I'm looking for, it's also about personality. So she can be a 10, but if it's like the personality is just, someone who doesn't challenge me on a spiritual level, emotional level, someone who also is like emotionally unavailable, like, then it doesn't really matter.
I have friends who like, I would consider very attractive, but then at the same time, and when I think about it, I wouldn't be able to stand like being alone in a room with them for like more than like 10 minutes.
Beta! Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because why? Why would you not want to be alone in a room with them for more than 10 minutes? Maybe because it would be so awkward because of how badly you want to fuck them? That's why. That's your... Is he saying... He agreed with the statement. That's where I was going. He agreed with the statement, but you can't be in the room with them for more than 10. Maybe we're missing something. Let's back it up.
Doesn't really matter.
I have friends who like, I would consider very attractive, but then at the same time, and when I think about it, I wouldn't be able to stand like being alone in a room with them for like more than like 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
That's the whole thing. There's no qualifiers. There's no like, what? That is not a friend. Yeah, wouldn't do miss anything. Nicola, yep. Jessica Cogg says some of us women are oblivious to male attraction. If we assume the guys aren't interested. Yeah, I mean, just yes, we are always the answer is always going to be yes, unless there is extenuating circumstances. Always. Yes. Yes. They are not your friends. They are waiting around to see if eventually, maybe they can get in. And I hate that it is that way because I had to realize that this is how I felt about my best friend who happens to be a female. She's a girl that I liked, way back in grade school. And, it was grade school. So we were boyfriend and girlfriend, but, that nothing really happened from there. And then I told you how beta and shit I was. And we'd been friends, like close friends, talking about our deep shit for years. We didn't go to college together, but we still, talk to each other. And I had to realize one time then we were both in our hometowns. We were both single. I shot my shot. Of course, she said no. But I realized that, like, I'm not just, like, hanging out with you because I enjoy hanging out with you. And I shouldn't be doing that. I only want to hang out because, like, it's not like I dislike you. But that is always there. And that's not fair to me. And that's not fair to you. So we shouldn't be hanging out. I didn't say that, but I just kind of stepped back. Dr. Virginia said, if he can get his nut off, he enjoyed it. Guilt afterwards? Sure. In the moment, he's getting it in. He's getting it in. The choice in music is a deal breaker? What are you talking about? The guilt kills. After the nut fog clears. After. And they said the guys are too confusing and inconsistent in their argument or answer. Or are we too simple and you think it must be something that you can't understand the complexity when it's really just man wants to put penis in vagina. It's just that. That overlays every thought that a man has. Can I get laid from this? That is a thought that goes through every man's mind with everything. Everything. Jessica Cox said, some will. Some will keep their feelings to themselves for years and some won't. I'm telling you. Dr. Angel Genius says, people out here acting like sexual access isn't a biological imperative. Men want sex. That is our baseline state of existence. Exactly. Yup. Melted Mind Media said a man can find a friend that's a girl who they are attracted to and not act on it. That's the, yeah. So that's the thing is that, and remember the prompt was just friends. So what Melty's saying here is exactly it. Is that it's not that they're like pretending to like hanging out with you. It's just that it's not just hanging out. As soon as you decide you're going to let them in, then you're no longer friends. Oh, you, honey, you good. Don't worry about that. So you think, so if you think, fuck or not fuck to everyone you interact with, do men really have friends then? Yeah. Each other. Like we don't think I don't want to fuck my male friends. I'm straight, so I want to fuck females. So I don't have to worry about that with other men. See, again, like I feel like you're making that way more complicated than it needs to be. Penis in vagina. There's no vagina in that room, or at least not on camera. If there was, then they'd all be at some level be like, I mean, if she was down, I guess. Dr. Virginia says, most of our not acting on it is because our failure rates are above 98% for the majority of men. Yup. That's a very sad yup. David said it's not that. It's not superficial and disingenuous to have feelings and not act on them. I don't... It's not superficial, but I do think it's somewhat disingenuous unless it's, very open that like, hey, I want to fuck you, right? And she's like, yeah, that's totally cool. And you're like, okay, I don't care that I'm giving you all my non-sexual attention and you're not giving me anything in return. If you want that, then I mean, cuckoldry is a real thing, but for most of us, that's not a good deal. And we will delude ourselves. We'll delude ourselves, as I did. For years. Who just said that? Yeah, for years. For years, we will convince ourselves that, okay, maybe not now. She's got a boyfriend now. Oh, maybe not now. She just broke up. Oh, now she's with this dude now. They're not that serious. And we will continue to rationalize that, like, all right, I'm her best friend. It's only a matter of time. I just got to keep myself in the right situations. And sadly, one night, I was in bed hooking up with her, and I was too scared, and I didn't make a move, and she fell asleep. But that's neither here nor there. Oh, my God. Yeah, exactly. Men have men as friends. Women don't care about men anyway. Bars. They're not equipped to be friends with men. They're equipped to extract value. Extract value. Yup. Yeah, remember, it's just simple. David Banner says it's disingenuous to be an orbiter, but MJ is saying that you can't have friends at all because you think to fuck or not to fuck. For women, yes. For men, no. Is that really this complicated? So Melty's saying to MJ, yes, me and Lutch are buds that are man attracted. Hey, speak for yourself, homie. Speak for your damn self. Oh my God, you're a weird kid. Jessica Cogg said, I've learned a lot of guys simply won't be respectful to women they wouldn't fuck. Yeah. A lot of people won't be respectful to people that they can't get something out of in general. Why would that be any different with sex? People don't put out effort to others unless they are expecting something in return. And of course, I'm sure a lot of us here that doesn't apply to us because we're cool over here. And I'm certainly not saying about that about you, just Chicago, or any one of you, but in general, people don't want to go out of their way to do anything for anyone unless it is going to benefit themselves. Oba says, women make awful friends. They don't even like each other. Good one, good one. Anyfilm says, not sure men can be friends with women. For men, they are interested in more. So I'm curious, does anybody think that being a married guy changes that? Just curious. Bronx says, I don't think so. There were some things that he couldn't talk to anyone else other than me. Yeah. So again, this is exactly how it was with me, and let's call her Sally. It was exactly that way. We would talk about things with her family that she wouldn't talk about with anyone else. I would tell her stuff about my addiction that I wouldn't talk about with anybody else. Because I thought eventually we were going to be together. I looked at the world. I watched rom-coms and Disney movies. And I thought, that's it. Just like all the movies, I just got to wait. I just got to be that guy. I got to do this. And now I'm not doing it because I enjoy her, just because I enjoy her presence. There's a layer, there's a meta layer of what I'm hoping to happen. And even if I do genuinely enjoy her company, just hanging out, just chatting, even if that is the case, then because of that other layer, this it's just not the it's not the same. That is a great idea. So I don't know why I didn't think about earlier. Where are you? Link drop. All right. But yeah, unfortunately, it is that for years I did this. For years. Yup. Dr. Evil Genius said men should never be orbiters. Check your Discord, by the way, if you haven't seen that. Never be a woman's 14th option. You have a lot of rules to follow and no benefits to gain. Exactly. So Dr. Evil Genius says marriage doesn't change that. Women are more attracted to married men than non-married men. Oh, all right. I'm being discriminated against because I'm not married. I see. Ova says, when you are married, you are friends as couples, usually with other couples. Fair enough. David is saying, yes, you hang around for those years in hopes to fuck is disingenuous. Sure. But the point that I'm trying to make is that you can have friends independent of the point of, am I going to smash? I don't think so, bro. I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree. But, we can agree to disagree. Opa says, like a husband can't be friends with a woman that his wife doesn't want to be friends with also. Yeah. Yeah. So check your Discord DMs. Just a cog in the fuckery said, I've hung around in male groups for work and playing hacky sack. Yeah, it was all friendly and I got treated like a sister, but I was amazed at the amount of crush confessions I got years later. Yep. Oh, gotcha. All right. Start wearing a ring and hey, dudes do it. And women do it to, the other way around. Jason, I don't know. Married aren't more attractive than unmarried in my experience being a woman. I wasn't talking about whether you would do anything with whether you were more attracted. I was kind of thinking in the sense that if the guy is married, the investment that he has with his wife is going to be larger. So that aspect of, questioning or even entertaining the idea that you would be with somebody else would be lesser. But Dr. Evil Genius said no. So who knows? Zig says, I like being around hot girls just for the street cred. No friendship, just street cred. I gotta I'll let you in, bro. You're not getting any street cred. They'd probably just think you're the gay friend. In a relationship, other women become like the guys to me, but I'm fucking weird, bro. All right, definitely. That's hey, we got the Jones Vlogging Network in the building. Welcome to the party. We are going through the Jubilee Middle Ground episode, but really quick, I want to I want my friend to join me. Dr. Evil.
Yeah, man. What's good, man? What's good, man? I gotta address something. Hold on a second. I gotta.
Well, real quick, why don't you tell the people who you are and where they can find you and what you do and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'm in the comments section. That's what I do. I'm in the comments section, hanging out with my guy Lutch here, and I do fitness professionally, and I like talking about these subjects. So, thanks, Lutch, for having me on. I do want to address one thing, Lutch. Somebody said something about the crush. I got to warn guys against the 15 years later, 20 years later crush admission. Okay, guys, don't fall for that. See, and this is something that I've noticed again, like I turned 40 next week. Okay. I have a lot of experience. You can see all of this right here, right? I've got a lot of experience. Never ever fall for the, oh, I had a crush on you. I just didn't. This is really what it is. You were never her first option. You weren't her third option or her seventh. You were her 14th. So when all of her main options go away, and she's got nobody banging on her door to give her any kind of attention of any kind, that's when she tries to pull on the heartstrings. It's just a manipulation ploy. Oh yeah, I had a crush on you. When we all know, like no, there was no crush there. Right now, it feels like a crush because you're trying to
hit the
play
wall.
Like you're trying to play the emotions that I had for you in the past and say, well, I know that person was on my shit back then. I don't got nobody else. So, let me just tell them that, because let me just tell them that I had a crush on them and they're just gonna, shower me with gifts and affection and attention. Guys, don't fall for that. If you really was her first or second option,
you
would have been delivering milliliter protein shots to the back of her throat. Okay, if you're not doing that, and she's not giving you that sexual attention when her value is at its highest, she's never really into you.
Nope.
Never.
Nope.
The answer is
and
no.
you just, oh man, I had something. You just brought up something and I forgot what I was going to say. Fuck, I don't remember. But,
I do
want to hang
understand
out?
what David Banner is trying to say, though.
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do want to address that.
I miss it. Okay. Yeah. So
because he's talking
let's
about
pull
it
up.
being disingenuous, right? When you're talking about hanging around, orbiting, stuff like that, right? David Banner is correct, because when you hang around a woman and you're giving her the impression that you really give a shit about her gossip and her friend drama and all that stuff, you don't really care. Now, you might care about her, but trying to act like you have no feelings above the platonic is a manipulation ploy.
Yes.
So guys, this is how nice guys get shit on. Oh, nice guys are only pretending. The vast majority of nice guys are actually good guys. They actually do care about these women.
We're just stupid.
The problem is they are trying to go about it the same way that we were taught to in the Disney films. See, when we talk about the Disneyfication of women, we don't talk about the Disneyfication of men. People forget that when name it, Cinderella or the Beauty and the Beast, we boys sat there and we watched the movies alongside the girls. So the girls wanted to be treated like princesses, Prince Charming, the whole nine, right? But the thing is, the boys want to be Prince Charming. The boys want to be the one to save the girl, right?
Absolutely.
So
100%.
The vast majority of guys that are nice guys are actually nice guys. It's just that it's easy to denigrate them because you're not attracted to them. It's kind of like when you go into the office and, the hot guy in the office says, hey, they're good looking, and it's called flirting. But then when the not so attractive
used to be called flirting, now it's called SA.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? You're going, right? So it's a thing where if any behavior that you have as a man is going to be taken differently depending on how attracted she is to you, which is why you should never be an orbiter, because there is never going to become a day where she wasn't attracted to you and then she is, because you can't negotiate attraction. There's another reason why fat acceptance
burning
is bullshit. Right, exactly. Fat acceptance is bullshit, right? Women, if you're not in shape.
I agree, Jones Vlogger Network.
You can't. You can't. There's no way that you can force a man to be attracted to your 450-pound ass. It's just not going to happen. Okay, that's just what it is. So, you guys, if you are really into a woman, let her know straight out the gate. If you know that you're going to be rejected, then leave her alone. Because I'm telling you guys, you're fucking the game up. Every time you hang around these women and you just let them know that they've got options and options and options, they don't have to deal with the men in front of them straight up. And they damn sure don't have to deal with you straight up. So, I told a story on my own channel about a woman that I was in love with for 20 years. 20 years. All right. And I had about a year and a half ago, I had to drop her like a bad habit. Cold turkey, straight ghost. Because she wasn't entitled to my non-sexual attention. She thought that I was just always going to be there. So when I dropped her, I got more calls from her in a 6-day period than I got in the previous 6 years.
Bro, if I knew, bro, I would have, if there had just been somebody else who knew to tell me, like, yo, just put the phone down, bro. Yep. Hey, I don't tell her that. I know that you think that, but keep that between us. Play it cool. Like, there was nothing. And so when people wonder where the Andrew Tates of the world come from.
Yep.
It's from dudes like me just getting freaking, like,
yep.
I've never been pegged, but it certainly mentally feels like it.
Emotionally.
Exactly.
Emotional pegging. And, these women, they know when they are, Opus, you are 1,000,000% correct. It killed me. And you know what? It was Mrs. Evil, because I talked to Mrs. Evil about this. I'm like, so Mrs. Evil was like, oh, yeah, she was talking shit about you on Narcigram. Now, if you guys don't, if you guys know me, the guys that know me, like the David Banners, I don't fuck with Narcigram. I don't fuck with that shit. I just hate narcissism. Okay? I hate it with a passion. But she was talking shit about me because I would not pick up the phone for her on Narcigram, where my wife was able to see it. She's like, oh, so she was talking about you. You basically just dropped her like a bad habit. She actually thought that she was entitled to my attention. I was supposed to just pick up the phone whenever she demanded. And then when I didn't, all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy.
Oh, sweetie.
Right?
No, it don't work like that.
Nah,
I agree with David Banner here saying Dr. Evil giving his PhD thesis right now.
Hey, man, the School of Hard Knocks is where I got my degree from. Right?
Facts.
Dropped her like a segue. And the thing is, I think about her. I still love the woman. And the thing is, a lot of these red pillars will tell you, oh, we don't love them hoes and all this other stuff. Let's be real. A lot of those dudes have those 3 to 5 women that got away, that haunt them in their nightmares 6 times a year. All right. I'm telling you, like all of that, I'm cold and all that. That's bullshit. The reason why the red pill is necessary is sort of for guys to learn how to protect themselves from their romantic ass emotions. I'm done on the rant.
Men are the true romantics. Nah, bro, you are spitting facts, spitting bars, teaching us all. I mean, Opus again. It's the only way, no contact. And so when I'm talking about my friend Sally, that like, this is the only way, because as long as I continue to hang out with her, even if I do genuinely enjoy her company, I'm not being fair, and I'm not engaging in a genuine friendship. And especially when she knows that I have feelings for her, and it's just, dude, just stop. And guess what? I never had this big breakup moment or anything. I just realized that what I was doing, that it wasn't the right thing for me, for her, for anybody. And so I just kind of backed off.
Another good reason to back off, Lutch?
Real quick though, guess when is the last time that we talked?
2 weeks ago.
Nope, couldn't tell you. It was whenever I last reached out to her. Probably 2-3 years ago, something like that.
Right. And
So
the thing is, there
obviously
were no
we weren't best
conversations
friends
if you
all
weren't
this
calling.
time. What's that?
There were no conversations unless you called, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Right. So that kind of leads into my point. You actually kind of stole my thunder a little bit. Guys, here's the thing. If you're an orbiter of a woman and you just swear that one day, think about it. Think about the actual interactions that you have with these women. Like really, really go back and reframe everything that we talked about tonight and reframe it in your mind. Every instance that you've had contact with these women. The energy only goes one way. You think you got this great friendship and wow, you're such great friends. And then you think about it, it's you're the emotional Kleenex. You're the emotional sponge. You're the one that comes over to fix stuff because she can't fix it. You're the one that, she calls, whenever, she can't pay her light bill or some bullshit like that. And she might pretend to give a shit about you so that she can extract the value. And then you go on feeling like, oh, wow, I got this little bit of almost nothing from her. Hooray. And she knows that.
Ooh.
It's not even a real friendship. You're not being a real
it.
friend, but you're not even getting the benefits of a real friend. When you call your boys, you guys share in the spoils. You guys share in the emotional turmoil. I tell you what's going on with me. You tell me what's going on with you. We kind of work the things out together. Then we're like, yo, let's go do this thing. Yo, I know that you're not feeling so good. Let me, take you out to go, I know for the guys that drink, they do the drinking thing. I call guys over to watch movies or UFC or, to play basketball, something that I know that I'm going to enjoy because I'm going to enjoy being around that person.
Right.
And then there's an equal exchange of, good to, fellowship. Right. But when you're talking to that woman, come on, guys, be fucking honest about it. Right. It's you giving her and then she's receiving and everybody's happy. Nah, son. Nah.
Yep. So, and Veronica, yeah, that's exactly how it is. So that's what we're telling you. So I'd love for you to field this question. So if a guy does still try to stay in contact years after the fact, does that also mean he is an orbiter?
I mean, it depends, right? If he comes in, later in the game, right? Because how you get that hey big head. You know what Kevin Samuels called it, the hey big head,
Hey big
right?
head. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And she's trying to come on to you, and you're like, yo, I've always wanted to clap them cheeks. Now's the time, son. Right? You clap them cheeks and then you block her. I mean, don't block her. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm not saying you just do that, right? But it's kind of like, but it's like if you are sticking around for whatever reason, and that it's just never going to be an equal exchange of value between the two of you, then keep it moving, yo.
And so I mean it is, and then Veronica is saying that with her male friends, it was friendship through and through. I don't think anybody,
I don't think so.
Well, we certainly don't know the relationship, and you certainly are not. You've never been a man, so I mean, this is not something we're going to convince you of. But certainly the men out there, if Veronica is accurate, it is a very anomalous situation.
Right.
That is, it's not something that you should ever count on.
You know what I would ask Veronica, Lutch? I would ask Veronica because I had to tell one of my female clients this, right? I said, men care about three things: food, money, and sex. If you provide one of the three, you are real friends. If you provide one or more of those three things,
what's it? Food, money,
you are real friends. Food, money, sex. Provide access to one or more of those three things, and you're showing respect for that guy's time, attention, and energy. So, Veronica, if you're helping him make money, that's a real friendship. If you're making sure that there's food in his belly, that's a real friendship. If you're making sure that his knob is getting polished by any means, be it being a what do they call it, what is a sidekick, a wingman, right?
Oh yeah,
right. If you're leading to him getting his dick wet in some shape, form, or fashion, or money in his pocket, or food in his belly, then I can say that's a real friendship.
Okay, I thought you were saying if she's doing that. if she's slobbing on your knob, then I was like,
Hey,
okay, wait.
and that could be that too.
Well,
That could be that
I was
too.
just confused because then it goes beyond a friend.
But she could also be like, yo, my friend is really into you. Let me help you out with that.
Hey.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're not providing access to food, money, or sex, then your friendship is in one direction because he doesn't need you for emotions. I know he said that, he can only talk to me about this. He was actually trying to be a manipulative schmuck, thinking that if he connects to you emotionally, that he can then connect to you vaginally.
So let's help this young buck here. Melted Mind Media says, I was texting a girl I really liked in high school a couple of months back. She has a kid. Or actually, no. She has a kid.
I stopped reading after that.
But the next part of the sentence is extremely important.
It is.
Melchio, I want you to listen to me. You should not be willing to work with that. What are you, 21, 22, 20? If you are not 35 to 40, even then it's, it depends on the situation. But at 20 years old,
I'm about to go real meta.
But then there's more. She finds out that he smokes weed and never texts you again. Why does it matter? She asked if you would quit.
What?
You ain't quitting. Not for this bitch.
Dude, I'm about to go meta. I'm about to fuck your head up, Lutch. I'm about to fuck
Jesus.
your head up on this one with the analysis. Okay? All right. Texting a girl I really liked in high school a couple months back. So we're talking about 1 to 3 years prior, right? So the energy only goes in one direction. That means she's not attracted to him. He's attracted to her. Okay? Now, the guy she was really attracted to, she let that dude knock her up. Okay?
And
she has a kid. I am willing to work with that. You don't think she knows that you're willing to work with that? Because she knows that on any given Thursday, she can get your attention without having to earn it. So she doesn't respect you. And like I said earlier, if you could flash that back up on the screen, we men tend to try to find spaces for women in our lives, even when they have things that don't benefit us. But the least little bit of thing that they don't like, they're looking to cut us off. Why? Because she's not attracted to you, and she never will. Do you think that the guy that knocked her up, you don't think that dude was smoking weed? Okay? Women break rules for men that they're attracted to. Women make rules for the men that they're not attracted to. So the only thing that you did was provide more ego boost for her because she's thinking, well, I heard on the internet that nobody wants single moms, but look at this bitch ass nigga right here. I can still get one of these guys to help me raise this kid that I got knocked up with by the guy I'm actually attracted to.
What? Haram!
So I'm telling you, bro.
You're wild. And you can't give away that kind of leverage. You're fucking the game up for yourself.
Exactly.
Your attention is worth more than what you're asking for.
That's exactly where I was going to go. That's exactly where I was going to go. Is that you have to understand your own value. I mean, I don't know the situation, but I would bet a lot of money that Dr. Evil is spot on. And you can let us know if he is correct. But the fact of the matter is, you shouldn't be like, oh, I'm willing to work with that. And again, I don't remember exactly how old you are, but I know you're like 23. But at 23, you're only just getting going. So there's all this talk about high value man and what do you bring to the table and all that stuff. You don't have anything yet, and that's fine. But you started your channel. You're getting, you're gonna be back up on my channel. We're gonna be making, content, doing something, have stuff to offer. And then you don't have to worry about, well, if I quit, will you then hang out with me, please? And bro, I am telling you, I was this guy so much. So many of us are.
I was too, Lutch.
So many of us are, and not very many people are willing to admit it, but we have to because there's more of us out there.
Yep.
You're not any worse or any dumber or anything. It's just this is the way of the world, and they know that nobody taught us this shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's about not quite 10 years older than me. I'm not quite 10 years older than you, and me and him now are.
There's an 11-inch height difference too, and it doesn't matter. We go through very similar situations. Veronica says, "I know he's an honest person and not one to cheat. I know he genuinely loved his girlfriend and would call for genuine emotional support and family support." I'm gonna, Veronica has already left the building, but I just kind of have to.
Oh, did she? Well, if you come back, thank you so much, Veronica. Very much appreciated.
I need you guys to understand this, right?
Because
from Veronica has a woman's mind and a woman's analysis of these things. Okay, guys, don't fall for this. He might be an honest person. He may not be a cheater. But if you don't think that he has fantasized about clapping her cheeks, you are delusional. You're as delusional as these 400-pound women thinking that a millionaire is coming for them. Okay?
Another one.
A guy can be as honest as he wants, but notice how she hasn't asked the main question, Lutch. If you had a chance, would you fuck me? Have you ever been sexually attracted to me? See, he's gonna be honest about the questions that have been asked. But are you woman enough to risk what you think your friendship is by asking him that question?
Facts. All right, what else we got here? You let me know if you got to dip out or anything.
No, we good because I get it in on this.
Yes, sir. Just a cog in the fucker. He says, most of my crush confessors have stayed in contact with me for years. Guys I never slept with, no pic exchanges, and they still reach out on a regular basis. Why?
Because, and this is another thing too, right? I'm going to tell you so the second lady of the house, right? She went to go watch this movie that's out in theaters right now. Some second chapter shit with Jane Fonda and, some other chick that used to be hot. And apparently they're, I have to find, so you can pull up.
What you talking about, Willis?
I need you to pull this up because I just find this just incredibly hilarious.
What are we talking about?
If I can find this, it's called Book Club 2, the next chapter. Pull up the marquee on this, man. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna
oh wait, you can't see it.
Yeah, I need you to
give me one to.
You guys need to understand what this is. Okay. Now Jane Fonda and Diane Keaton and Candice Bergen, right? These are three names that were upper echelon attractive women, 40, 50 years ago. Okay. Now they're starring in the movie, right? So my second lady, she's older than me, right? And she goes to see this movie, and there's nothing but single old women in the theater. Okay. And she tells me, she was like, the fucking fairy tale in this film is this woman who is strong and independent. She turns 70, right?
No man.
And then she turns 70, and then she meets this guy that she falls head over heels because he's tall and he's good looking. And he's also in her age range, and he has money and all this stuff, right? And then apparently, not only is he a 70-year-old man with access that is attracted to a 70-something-year-old woman, right?
Yikes.
But he wants to marry her. And then when they go halfway down the aisle, he's like, well, I realize that you don't really want to be married. So we can just, be together, because you're so much better unmarried. And all of this weird, feminist fucking fairy tale shit. And this is what they're selling to the women. And I had to tell my lady, I was like, listen, do you know how men love? When you meet the guy and he falls for you, he's falling for you, and he's always going to remember you at the age that he met you. So I give you an example, right?
Oh my God. Say that one more time.
So, guys.
I'm pretty sure you just blew my mind.
Right? When you fall for a woman, you're always, no matter how old she gets, you're always going to see her and fall for her from what you had in your memory. So that's one of the reasons why it's really a bad idea for women to try to get their career together and do all this other stuff and then try to find a husband at age 45, because you know why? The first sight of you is you at age 45. There's nothing there that he's going to be longing for when he goes on a business trip. It's just, he's always going to see you at the age that he met you. So, you know, I'm about to turn 40. As you know, me and the lady have been together 17 years, right? I was 22 and she was 18 when we met, right? I'm always going to see her as age 18.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
Because that's how we men are. Like, if we're really into you, we are going to put you in the most flattering light that we can remember you. But if you're coming to us at age 50, there's not a whole lot of flattering light. There's not a whole lot of angles that you could put the light on to make you look like somebody we're going to long for long after your looks fade.
Yup.
Right? So when you're talking about why do these guys that kept in touch with me all these years, because they remember you. They remember you at the time that they first fell for you. You're always going to be that level of attractiveness unless you blow up like a fucking elephant seal. Then all bets are off. Right?
Well, so, and guys,
even then it's still questionable.
Gentlemen in the chat, I mean, like, I never really heard this articulate. Like, I was, you know, I agree because I'm thinking about, you know, women that I've had in my life, but I never heard that articulated before. Do you guys agree? Do you guys agree with that? That you will always, well, again, and exactly, but you're not in love with, like, you.
Nah, we could. The reason why men turn into dogs is because they suffer their first heartbreak between 11 and 15.
Facts.
Like, men are emotional cowards, straight up. So
Yeah.
once we get burned, we're not trying to get burned like that again.
Yep. Yeah, Nick was saying, I'm a stupid romantic at heart. I feel you guys. Wish I didn't.
That's what
but
we
live and learn.
are.
We all
When they
are.
keep telling you that
We
men
all are.
love more romantically than women, motherfuckers aren't listening.
Brother. That's,
When the girl that you fall in love with, her smile and her energy, and that one time that she had that one joke that's probably really not that funny, right? Your heart is intertwined, and she's looking at you like, how much money do you make? How tall are you? How good looking are you? What does your narcissism look like? She's thinking about you like that, while you're thinking like, wow, she's sugar and spice and everything nice.
And to be clear, just a cog or Veronica or anyone else in particular, we're not saying every obviously.
It's just a generality that applies to most men.
When we're talking before about how people in general are trash and people in general don't want to do anything for anybody that's not going to get something back for themselves. It's the exceptions that you're looking for when you are dating.
Right.
That is the whole point, is that you are looking for the exception to the rule that people are trash.
Yeah. I mean, look at Jeff Bezos, right? And you look at Mackenzie Bezos. Is she like super hot?
I mean, no, but
no. But he stayed with her for 25 years, and probably half that time he spent it as a billionaire and could have gotten pretty much any woman he wanted.
Yeah, but he probably did too, right?
No, but what I'm saying is he could have dropped her, but he still loves her. Why? Because he's always going back 25 years in the past.
Damn.
That's how he's always going to see her.
Damn, that's a mind fuck, bro. All right, let's take one more here, and then if Dr. Evil Genius wants to stay for the rest of the video, we could definitely do that.
Yeah. I'll listen to this dread bitch ass nigga.
Melted Mind Media says, the one long-term relationship I had, I can only remember her in one way, and it was the night I thought she looked her most attractive. So I could see it.
I know, son. I could feel that.
That's every man ever.
Oh man.
And so that's why, bringing it full circle, when we're talking about alpha and beta and stuff, like, okay, to a certain very basic superficial extent, it makes sense. But that is why you can't let it become your whole identity, because there's not anything there. It's the same reason that if being a Zim Zer is your entire personality, you're a fucking loser.
Nigga said Invader Zim.
That's a real one. That's a real one, I think. I'm pretty sure. I think so. All right, let's back this up a little bit. The prompt is: a man can just be friends with an attractive woman.
Someone who also is like
boy here who he's an anomaly. He don't count.
emotionally unavailable, like then it doesn't really matter.
I have friends who like, I would consider very attractive, but then at the same time and when I think about
Oh
it,
yeah.
I wouldn't be able to stand like being alone in a room with them for
Good
like more than like
friends.
10 minutes.
Pause it. Why do you think he could not stand to be in a room with her for,
Yeah,
for
that's
more than 10
exactly
minutes?
exactly what I was saying. I said the first time.
Because he doesn't want her to see the chub that's working his way through the front of his pants.
Yup.
I can acknowledge if like certain female friends of mine are attractive, but doesn't mean I'm like sexually attracted to them. And it comes to a point
Look
where
at
like,
that
I see
dress
them
he's
as
wearing. I don't care what he has to
close
say.
friends, that even like the thought of them naked.
Would it change your mind to know that he has a giant tattoo of the word sex on his chest?
It like grosses me out because like I just don't see them that way. I see them as like very close, like almost like family in some cases and things of that sort. And sometimes like you grow up with certain women and like you see them as like a sister, or you see them as a close friend, and you just grow up and you don't see her like that.
Well, hold on.
Let
me tell you something about that. When I first met Mrs. Evil, right, she was dating a friend of mine, and when I hung out with her with the very intention that he just said. I didn't look at her as somebody that I could potentially get with, right? When they were not really, where they needed to be as a couple, and she became available, that's when it turned. So at any moment, he can make all the claims in the world about, oh, she's like a sister. If she took her fucking clothes off and stuck a titty in his mouth, he's sucking.
Facts. So Opus has a good point here, and Melty has it. Unfortunately, maybe incorrect what I think. But so Opus says a lot of women like skeezy dudes, though. I don't get it. Melty
It's
thinks
not
it's
the
because
fact they
they're
don't like
easy.
them because they're skeezy. It's just that they're attracted to the guy, and he happens to be skeezy,
I don't even think it's that.
and they put up with it because
I
they're
don't think it's
attracted
that.
to the
Nope. I disagree. I think there's a type. There is a type. Oh, I'm right there with Opus. There's a type with like the dudes like that will just clean up. I remember
ugly dudes with no game, and
yes,
they're just kind of
yes.
I haven't seen it, man.
And the reason is because the at least I think, I don't know, I've never been at least that skeezy of a dude, even though I was a full blown drug addict.
Well, what's your definition of skeezy?
I mean, just like grungy and just like, this guy is like, like
that dude looks like he's teeming with diseases.
Crusty. You're like, yeah, but I think it's because this is an easy person to add to the body count that doesn't create that alpha widow mentality. So like he's the guy that can like where he's like a rebound guy, maybe not like a direct rebound guy, but like the relationship rebound. Where I know he's fucked up, but I can fix him, and it makes me feel good about myself. And then, when I actually snap out and wake up, snap out of it and wake up, I'm not like, oh my god, I miss him so much. It's just a very easy, like, oh my god, what was I doing? And you move on.
Right. But that's a superficial level. Yeah, in that way. Yeah. I'm going to explain this to you, Cog. I'm going to explain this to you so you understand. Okay. The women who aren't skeezy are always saying no. And the women that are kind of skeezy, you might have maybe a 2 or 3 times better chance of being able to get your dick wet. That's really what it is. It's really nothing like, wow, we really love this chick that looks like she has like all of the diseases in the alphabet. It's just that I might be able to get some head tonight, and it's a slow Tuesday, and the chick that I really want ain't giving me the time of day.
Facts. Zig says you can't have a female best friend without actually really being in love with her, but having many nice female friends is possible, right, Dr. Evil Genius?
Let me read this again. You can have a really great female friend if she looks like a walrus.
I mean, at the end of the day, these are not hard and fast rules. So yes, possibilities can be what they are. You absolutely can have a situation. We don't know that Veronica's situation. I mean, we do kind of know, but we don't know for sure that Veronica's situation isn't exactly as she said it was. There are situations where people interact with each other. They're attractive. They're different sexes. They're all that can happen. You know what else can happen? You can get struck by lightning. I'm just saying. It's not a hard and fast rule that it will never happen.
In a cloudless sky, you can be struck by lightning.
Right. Mr. Cog says, in my experience, a lot of the hoes got the rings and the good women got dismissed. Are they still wifed up?
That's no.
Exactly.
But to throw you a bone here to kind of give you where I can understand where you're coming from. One of the things that I wanted to fight against when we built TSP is that there is a narrative out there that says that most women are not worth dealing with. Most women are gold diggers. Most women are this, most women are that. I don't believe that's the case.
I do.
I believe that there is a sizable minority of women that aren't worth dealing with. But the real issue is that
I would argue a slight majority.
The women who are worth dealing with, they are not out there begging for attention. So they stay in the woodwork. So they're there. But the internet is focused on the most extreme people, the most extreme ass size, the most extreme titties, the most extreme plastic surgery face, the most extreme nasty attitude. And so with the negative stuff, our attention, because that's the way our brains are wired, we focus a lot on the negative. And a lot of the positive stuff that is not, in your fucking face, we kind of let that go by the wayside. So it's not like we're running away from the good women. It's just that the good women are not out there begging for attention, so they kind of get passed over. So, there's a lot that goes on with social conditioning as well, where, they're telling you this woman is attractive or that woman is attractive, or these are the only women out there that exist because these are the chicks that are the most hungry for attention, right? Nice. But, there's a lot of good girls out there, and they're saying, well, you're going to have to wait 6 months for sex. And I produce 3 million sperm today, and I'd like to let them free today. So the 304 might let me give her that,
guac 5,000,
that 30 milliliter of a protein shot, and she might swallow. And so I think I might go for that, because the good busting a nut in 6 months is great, but it's much better if I could bust a nut in the next 6 hours.
Exactly.
So so it's not like guys actually like the bad girls. It just, we do cost benefit analysis, right?
Yeah. And there might be a phase. Let's not bullshit each other. There might be a phase for certain dudes, like, she's still, and maybe, but on a long term,
because you think you think that the drool is gonna like go down her lip when she's sucking it. That's what you're picturing in your head, basically. Right? You're not thinking, wow, we're gonna have a family and raise healthy children together. You're not thinking that. Right.
I want to shout out Nick for this one. A great line. We may want to love, but we will settle for lust.
Absolutely.
Good line.
Because men produce 3 million sperm a day. A woman releases an ova that was already in her body at birth. She releases one every 28 days. We produce 3 million sperm a day.
Another one.
And another one.
Yeah, so I'm with Melty. I think it's a slight majority, but a negligible difference. And then just a cog. I agree that the modest women are often invisible, but the I don't know how to say this without being like, but because it's not a competition.
Modest women like bad guys too, so they're still looking over the good guys.
That's true.
Too.
But I'm just saying a lot of actual good guys, not the nice guys, are also.
Nice guys are good guys too.
Invisible.
Nice guys are good guys too. It's just easy to rag on them because they're not select. Because notice how when good guys want sex, they're bad people, but when bad guys want sex, they get their nut off.
Yeah, that's the way in the world.
Nobody ever tells the asshole that's fucking half the neighborhood that he's bad for wanting sex. They only tell the good guy that longs for the woman emotionally and wants to have sex with her. They say that he's the bad guy.
And how? All right, let's see where we were with this.
Just that sort. And
sometimes
friends, like you grow up with certain women and you see them as like a sister and you see them as a close friend, and you just grow up and you don't see her like that.
Fundamentally, what's natural and what is possible, I think, are two different things. Is it natural to not be attracted to a very attractive woman to you? I don't think so. But with a lot of intention with it, and your priorities are
real quick. Is that the chat of all chads? No, put it back up on the screen. Put it back on. Is that the chat of all chads? Right? He's going to tell you.
You got to show the Giga Chad chin.
Right. Look, the dude is going to tell you the real.
He's got balls on his face. What you talking about? He's got balls on his face.
Even with that, Kian is still being keyed in on. Okay, like I just gotta let you guys, dude. This guy is gonna tell you the real because his chances of being rejected are essentially meaningless because there's gonna be a woman out there today, tomorrow, and the next that is still gonna fuck with him no matter what he says. So he can actually tell you the truth. Notice how it's the guys that ain't all that on the panel are like, yeah, I could be friends with the girl. And this guy's like, listen, if I'm attracted, I'm getting my nut off.
Exactly.
Elsewhere, and you're very intentional with how you're showing up in that space, I think you can do it. And I think that was a question if it can be done, not if it's natural or not.
Boom. All right, so
He
disagreeers
has so much
coming forward.
testosterone, he has a sack on his face.
If I'm attracted to you, honestly, I'm trying to smash. You know
There he goes. Let's go.
And we have to be in some type of sexual situation, or I don't really want to, interact with you. On top of that, I don't believe in giving women non-sexual attention unless we're in a relationship.
This is specifically, directly, exactly the entire conversation we just heard.
And the reason why is because I feel like non-sexual attention from a man towards a woman is very valuable. So I'm not just giving you that just to be friends. So I'm saying, like, I'm not just going to do that for you. And so what it is that if I'm going to do that for you, you have to be under my program, which means that we're in some sort of sexual relationship between me and you. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I look at that.
I think that men and women can be friends. It's just not because the man wants to.
Boom! Let's go! Another Chad! Look, another Chad!
Make that.
I didn't even know that they put alpha there.
Yes, and that would have been the technicality. Like when I saw you moving, I'm like, but
real recognize
overall,
real.
Most of the time, you're not going to see a man be friends with a very overweight woman. You're not going to see a man be friends with a very unattractive woman unless there's some kind of financial reward there. So
what did I say? What did I say, Lunch?
Exactly that. Food, money, sex. When you're right, you're right.
Guy friends, particularly with any girl I'm seeing, it's like, yeah, right.
I think when I think about it, like, and I had a technicality on the other side because I'm like,
what?
Yeah, part of me really believes that can happen. But then I go back to my experience in life and my friends, and it's really hard. I was running over there in my head, like, should I sit down? But I was running all these scenarios for my experience, my friends who said that, girls and guys, because it's not just guys, and it's never worked out that way. It just never is. And I think because, and it's, if you find a person can be, yes, a person can be an attractive person and you not find that person attractive and you be friends.
You have friendship and
attraction. That's my thing.
Yeah,
part of the relationship is friendship and getting along. And then on top of it, you find that person attractive.
No way.
I just think it's a very rare thing. Yes, a person can be attracted to me and you not find them attractive, and I can be friends with that person. But if I'm finding that, or if you're finding that person attractive and you build a friendship
and you connect,
and
you probably want to be with them.
That's like, I want to be. I don't think Adam and Micah say it doesn't exist, but to me, just again, in my experience in life and just knowing my friends and people, I don't know one that has worked out that way.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with like your own experiences. Obviously, if that's what you've seen or that's what you personally experienced, that like you yourself.
He's my least favorite.
With
Shut up! Like, get out of here, bro.
Again, that's your personal experience, though. Whereas the question is like, can a man, any man, be in a regular friendship with a woman?
Like a real.
But that's a disingenuous. Hold on. That's a disingenuous question, Lutch. Like, men don't think in terms of shoulda, woulda, coulda. We think in terms of what is reality? What is the reality in front of us? Right? Like, it is possible that I can win the lottery. That is not going to be my retirement scheme.
Exactly. Bingo.
They're actually really friends.
Yeah.
And he not want.
Are they though?
To sleep with her and find her attractive? No.
I think it's BS.
Because like at that point, now we're talking about like what is an attractive woman, right? Are we talking about just looks? Because in this case, like,
I was about to say the F word, the 6-letter F word. I'm sorry. Oh my god!
Don't like have sexual like desires for a woman who isn't like emotionally linked.
I think is she attractive to you?
Yeah,
I think that's like the basis of it. When you look at specific situations, so for some of these females that work for you, for example, if they're very attractive, do you feel? I would imagine you have the capacity to compartmentalize that
gift from God. Yeah, man. It's the second I signed their check, It's gone.
It's gone, right? So it's just, I think it's the same thing with friends as significant others as well. It's like I have the ability to compartmentalize it where it's like, all right, this attraction is just dissipates.
So is that the barrier that can make a man friends with an attractive woman? If there's that barrier of him being in a relationship, or you working for them?
Well, first of all, we're not friends. You work for me.
Right.
You know, I care about you fully. You're part of the family, but you work for me. We're not personal friends. And me and you will not be in an atmosphere we're alone.
Right. So when you go back to it,
And again, why is it? Why is it that I'm not going to put myself in a situation with you? It's not because you're ugly. It's because if anything is going to happen, it's going to happen in that scenario. And I don't want that because I do value what you bring in terms of food, money, or sex.
Mm-hmm. Can you rewind back to what he said about the employment relationship? I want to get in on that.
So have the barrier of him being in a relationship, or you working for them?
Well, first of all, we're not friends. You work for me.
Right.
You know, I care about you fully. You're part of the family, but you work for me. We're not personal friends. And me and you will not be in an atmosphere we're alone.
Right. All right, right there. Now, if this was 1950, she would be given head under the desk.
Mm-hmm.
But
why not?
Fast forward 70 plus years, it's a lawsuit. Okay. Now
I got the big one. If you didn't notice.
Again, this is a guy that is not talking about shoulda, woulda, coulda. He's not thinking, well, I could have sex with her and get away with it and not get sued. I'm not. Yeah. We're not dealing with that. Nope. And he's like, you work for me. That is it. Only because he is an alpha in his time, right? If he came up, what's the show, Mad Men, right? And everybody wants to talk about like how misogynistic. No, that's the way the world worked. Okay.
Oh, it was sexist, but the world was and is sexist.
But you know what also is sexist?
It is.
All the men went off to war and died, and the women got to stay, home and whatever, right? That's pretty sexist too, right?
Yeah.
So life is sexist. That's reality.
Yeah. If only it was that. I mean, money can buy a lot of things, but I don't think it can buy a magic wand that makes SA allegations disappear.
Yeah, that's why you have walls with windows in them and cameras everywhere.
Yep. And I would always question that. I was like, oh, that's such a weird thing. Like if I was working, I'm like, oh, got it.
I have 4 false accusations in my professional history.
Damn. I see. That's why I just want to be in my own home, away from all the people. You guys can be back there.
Back to it. Is it a thing where if you're both single, do we all think that you could be friends with an attractive woman?
Nope.
We're both single.
Hell no.
Nope. I don't know.
Hell no.
I don't
know.
Even more no. What do you mean even no?
In his mind, he already fucked her. Did you see how quick he answered that?
Front of his kid.
No, I didn't. What were you saying?
Now go back to what he said about if they're both single, right? And look how quickly he gets rid of that notion.
To it. Is it a thing where if you're both single, do we all think that you could be friends with an attractive
woman? Look how quickly he answers.
Oh no.
Nope. I don't know.
No.
I don't
know.
Yep.
He's like,
So our last prompt of the night, guys. A man should not cry in front of his kids. I think it depends. I think in general, no, you shouldn't be crying all the time. But like, I don't think you should be holding in your emotions. Like if your dad dies and you're at the funeral, like there's shit that makes you want to cry. If you're not a bitch and you're not crying all the time, then when you do cry, and it's for something legit, then that's what it is. So generally, no. But yeah, exactly. Depends on what he's crying about. Man can cry in front of his kids when his parents die. That's it. All right.
I think that's a little extreme. But there are going to be certain situations that are going to hit you in the feels. And it just lets people know that you're a human being. Should you be crying every single time something doesn't go your way? No, that would make you a 6-month-old. But I remember I wasn't even a fan of Kobe Bryant. But when that helicopter went down, like I felt like my own mortality just got bumped forward 40 years. because a guy that young and that healthy was just here, and now he's not. And a 13-year-old girl who has like all of this ahead of her, she was just here, and now she's not. Right? If you look at Lance Reddick,
Not familiar.
he plays Sharon in John Wick. He also played the lieutenant in The Wire. Like Lance Reddick, great actor, right? Certain things are going to hit you a certain way. Should you be crying because you went to Starbucks and your coffee was only lukewarm? No, right? But there are going to be certain things in life that are going to affect you, and I think this is just part of being a complete human being. But there are going to be times where you're going to want to cry, but you're going to have to be strong for somebody else, and you're going to have your cry later because people are going to be counting on you in certain situations. So you're going to have to kind of squelch it down for a while. And I think that as men, we know what those situations are.
And that's exactly what I was going to touch on is understanding the difference between when you need to hold it together and when you need to let it out. This whole idea of toxic masculinity comes from people's inability to do that. And so they do just push everything down, and then they do blow up and become toxically, they do behave in a toxic manner, and they happen to be men, so they call it toxic masculinity. But masculinity would entail you being in touch with your emotions enough to be like, okay, I'm not just going to cry at work or in front of my family, but I'm upset about this. So
how many times have we seen fighters cry after winning a big fight?
Beta! No, like that's real shit.
Yeah.
When real shit happens, be real.
Yeah.
It's just that simple, right?
Just don't be a bitch ass nigga. That's all.
All right. So that okay. So I definitely the betas are going to step forward. I think our fake beta is going to step forward.
No, it says a man should not cry in front of his kids, so the betas are going to stay in the
right. My mistake. So they're all going to stay back. I'm going to guess that one of
the Giga Chads.
Exactly. One of the guys in suits is going to stay back.
Man should not cry in front of his kids.
Fucking back.
I did say one of them, not all of them.
It's popular to say this, but ideally, you're not going to cry in front of your kids.
Ideally.
Is it fair? No. Is life fair? No. Is the dynamic between a man, a woman, a child fair? No. But personally for me, I want to take that responsibility of being the one that's stronger than all of them. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that responsibility. I want that responsibility in my life. I want to feel like I was a hero to them in every way. And I don't think a man that cries in front of his family is not the hero. But ideally, I'm not going to be doing that.
Right. I've never acted
that ain't for me, fam.
To this day. Like not even once. The kids is looking to their father for that strength. And so if they're seeing their dad cry, right, I feel like that creates fear in the situation the kid has with their father.
Mm-hmm.
If you're crying in front of your kids, it's the same thing as crying in front of your girl. It's a bad representation of what you're supposed to be in that situation for them.
And that image.
And this is not every. It's just the general situation.
Right.
This doesn't apply to every dynamic. I've cried in front of my women. I've been frustrated. I've been heartbroken. I've lost money. I've had financial uncertainty. A bunch of right. My situation is an anomaly. Also, when you're with women that are actually attracted to you, you can get away with things that you can't get away with if you had to work hard to get that woman's affection.
Well, and I mean, even either way, 17 years down the road is a lot different than on the first or third date.
Yeah. I'm not going to get too much into the actual specifics. But there was an emotional situation early on in my relationship with Mrs. Evil, very early on, in fact, in an unexpected situation that I wasn't expecting it either. I shocked myself, right? But again, it's different when you're a man dealing with a woman when you're her first or second choice. It's different. right? And most men are not going to be the first or second choice for a woman, right? So that's what I'm saying. My situation is the anomaly, but that's what I'm saying. You know, it's situational, and it's also know your audience. Like, actually read the room. Like, there's certain people you know that you can be emotional around, and there are other people that are going to clown you, and you know that's the case. So read the room.
And again, that goes right back into the idea of that awareness is part of masculinity. Part of being a man, part of being a real man, part of being a masculine man is knowing how to read a room, like he was just explaining. It's exactly it.
Now I'll tell you when I do cry. Bro, when you see like one of those kids with Down syndrome get put in a high school basketball game, he starts nailing threes and the gym goes crazy. I'm so happy for the kids. It's like happy. I'm like laughing. I'm like, but other than that, man, no, not at all.
All right, let's see. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see what these burritos.
Being the person who like has kids.
I was going to. I have a father who I've never seen cry, so I get that. I was that.
And that's
man.
how you ended up a bitch.
Yeah,
Is that how this works?
kids. My middle daughter, who I'm going to talk about, is 26 years old. Now, for some reason, out of all three of my children,
Okay, real quick. Sorry, tan or black, or both.
Bitch.
You can't give me. You can't
He
tell.
looks like Rachel Dolezal's son.
A little girl, from the time she turned 13 to 17, 18, we just butted heads, right? And the relationship wasn't
Sound
going
like he was about to
where
cry
it
just
should be
now.
going. And I want to be close to my kids. We sat down. She was about 20, maybe 19, 20 years old. We had a heart-to-heart about our feelings and how we really felt about each other. And I cried. And 6 years later, some years later, better relationship than we ever had because she saw a human part of me and not just me trying to be what you guys are talking about, which is a good thing too. You can count, my wife can count on one hand how many times she's seen me cry. I think my son had and my other daughter have it.
But I think that's what you said. Letch, you said that. It's like when it does happen, there's an impact because it is a rarity and it's a gravity to this to the situation. You know,
And I'll draw
it's like when
parallel.
Kevin Samuels died, and I went on Lapeef Let's Talk. You know Lapeef.
Oh yeah.
Right. And I joined the panel there, and I openly wept because like it was a very painful loss, which was almost exactly 1 year ago that we lost Kevin Samuels.
Shout out to the Godfather.
But that was a mentor a bunch of men had that Kevin was not really aware. Because I know that a lot of people were fans of his because he shit on women that deserve to be shit on, right? And he helped the women that deserve to be helped. But he was he was like that guy that gave you that stern talking to 3 times a week in the evening to remind you that you have to work hard and you have to show your work. And so to lose him just mere hours after he had just gone off the air, and he's a young guy, age 53, and you put all that together, and you also see people celebrating his death and all of that fucked me up, man. It fucked me up. Do I go crying on the internet all the time? No. But that was one of those situations where that shit really fucked me up, man. And the thing is, like he said, he was pivoting his content, right? His strategy. He was going away from arguing with chicks that aren't worth talking to. Like, if you want to continue on with that, I don't need a man shit. Well, just go look at the catalog of thousands of women I've already talked to. But let's get these other women that want to be married. Let's get them in position to be married.
Yep.
Right. And so I was really excited to see the people that he was going to help. And he's gone. And you're not just weeping for the loss of him, but also the people that wanted help from him. And now he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And all you have is Cynthia G and that other weird chick that singers.
Just pearly things?
No, not that one. The black chick with the weave.
Melanie
and the fake tips.
Something?
No, the weave and the fake chick.
I don't watch it.
Don Lexi at the Black Light podcast, he responds to her shit all the time. Kendra G. Oh, when you start watching that, oh man.
But all right.
On one hand, how many times you see me cry? I think my son had and my other daughter have it. But I'm going to tell you, for that enriching moment, and that's again just coming with years of having those tears with her and talking about how important it was that our relationship work, and then hear her come back and saying she felt the same way and breaking through that. I'm the father, I'm going to be the strong one, made her break down, and both of us be closer than we ever have been.
Can I ask you a question about it?
Well, really, before he does that, I want to answer this and then draw another parallel about parents and stuff like that. So David's saying, I've said it before, that if Kevin Samuels was alive, Tate never would have blown up like he did. Rest in peace, a real man of the people.
I'm gonna take this a step forward, David. I'm not. You let me know in the comments if you thought of this as part of your analysis. It wasn't just that Kevin Samuels died. It was the public celebratory reaction to Kevin's death that blackpilled a lot of men, because it was at that moment people really truly understood how much women do not care about men as a baseline part of their existence. They don't respect men, they don't like men, and they really encapsulated that in their reaction to his death. And then when Tate is just like, all right, I'm going to say similar things to Kevin, but I'm not going to try to cajole you. I'm not going to try to make you feel like, this or that. I'm just going to come at you straight with the fucking facts and fuck your feelings, because I already know that you don't like or respect me, because when the guy was trying to do it the respectable way, you danced on his grave before it was even dug.
Yep. And I mean, there's a lot of people that, I don't want to necessarily hate on the message of Tate too much, because I think, in the void of Kevin Samuels, he absolutely did help a lot of men. But I would be like, think of if Kevin was still here and Tate linked up with Kevin Samuels, that would be a team that, like, how can you take that down? You wouldn't be able to. And it's just like, it's such a huge loss. Yeah, well, I mean, he's certainly no Kevin Samuels. That's
people care about Tate the way that Republicans care about Donald Trump, right? They're saying the quiet part out loud. The stuff that you lose your job for, the stuff that gets you not late on a date, right? Tate came out and just said it, and he showed his work, right? He's got the Lambos, he's got the Bugattis, he's got the multiple homes, he's got the physique. The dude was a professional fighter, right? The dude actually backed up his assertions with shit that he actually earned. Was he a fucking asshole? Yes. Does he harm the red pill message with how disingenuous he can be and how negative, the negative energy that he puts out, because he's not really trying to help men and women get together. He's just trying to get more people to sign up to Hustlers University. Right? So, he took the truth of the red pill and then he injected a liar spirit into it. But the thing is, again, he's saying the quiet part out loud that most guys can't say and get away with it and keep your job and keep your girlfriend.
Facts. Well said. All right, let's finish this up. Yep. So he was just talking about, crying and said, can I ask you a question about that?
Do you think that if you could have set her down earlier than the age that you did and just had a vulnerable conversation, that maybe it could have happened? Like, it wouldn't have had to build all the way up to tears?
No.
She wouldn't have been able to hear it, or?
No, because what was going on?
He's not equipped to deliver it. That's why.
Well, I was going to say, it sounds like what they were talking about was one of those situations that did or would warrant like that emotional, I don't want to say outburst, but crying and I wanted to use a parallel with parents. And we always think about how, like, our especially your dad, you think of your dad as Superman, or if whichever parent, and there that moment happens where you're like, oh, like, he's just a person. And Dad, sorry, I'm gonna tell everybody I've been dunking at myself all night, so you can get some of that lunch too. And so there was one Christmas, maybe 10, 15 years ago, And you remember when Discovery Channel kind of switched from doing, just like nature shows to like these quasi documentaries.
Right.
So it's Christmas. We're all gathered at the parents' house. Me, my younger sister, my older brother, and my dad's so excited. He's like, "Oh, I DVR'd something. I got to show you guys." And he puts on something that from Discovery Channel that was mermaids caught on tape.
What?
I'm like, Dad, you're a doctor. What do you mean mermaids? What are you talking about? There's no such thing as fucking mermaids. And it was just, just some CGI thing that had, a flash of light. And it was like, look, that was a mermaid. And I was very frustrated and very confused by that for a long time. Not a long time, but I mean, a minute. And it took me a little bit of time. And, me and my dad weren't necessarily super close at the time. But eventually I just realized like, oh yeah, like he's a human. He's doing his best. He came to this country with nothing. He gave me this life. He's given me so much. And it just changes that dynamic. And that, isn't necessarily something that you would cry about, but the magnitude of that, if it's something more emotional, like they're talking about, I think that, his question of, well, if you sat her down earlier, would you have been able to avoid the tears? And he is saying no. It might just be one of those things. And I don't have a problem with that.
Well, I'm going to tell you like this, right? And I'm going to give you an anecdote that kind of underlies the point, right? Because what the alpha guy is the story's going to tell you what the alpha guy is getting at, right? So when I was coming up, I was always told that if there isn't arguments in your relationship is not real. If you're not fussing and fighting, if you're not, going
if you're
through
not
this,
doing
that, and the
it's not real.
third, then it's not real.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, well, my relationships don't have these problems, and feels pretty fucking real to me, right? And why don't I have the typical problem? It's because my job as the man is to set the tone. And so whenever I read the room and I see that something isn't quite right, I'm going on a fact-finding mission to make sure that everybody is as okay as they should be. And so we're going to constantly have the conversations that are necessary, open, effective communication early. So where she doesn't have to find out later that I'm a human. She already knows that I'm a human because I'm taking the lead in making sure that everybody's emotional health is taken care of. So it's not just, I'm supposed to be the protector. It's not that I'm supposed to just be this provider, but being a provider is more than just the material goods. You're also supposed to provide an environment for the people under your stewardship to flourish. And some of that is emotional. So when I have discussions with the ladies, we don't get into shouting matches. There's never a reason to. There are times where we don't disagree on things, we discuss them, but I set the tone. Mm-hmm. I don't have to yell. I don't have to call them out their name. I don't have to curse them out. I don't have to insult them. I don't have to try to hurt their feelings. I set the tone. So they understand that when it comes to a conflict, we're going to handle the conflict like adults, and then we're going to move the fuck on. So he never gets to a point. See, the beta guy, he told you what the situation was. They butted heads. He didn't slow her down and say, hey, we're having an issue here. Let's work this out, right? And he mentioned puberty ages where her hormones are going off the deep end in multiple directions, right? It is his job to kind of figure that out and then slow her down and take the lead and say, no, this is how we're going to handle these things that we don't quite see eye to eye on for whatever reason. And then that is how she finds out. But if he's arguing with her back and forth, like he said, butting heads, because that's what he said. He used those words.
Yep.
Right? In my home, we don't butt heads. People wonder how I'm able to have two wives and they not kill themselves. Well, I set the tone. I am not going to reward behavior that is cruel or attention seeking. We're going to have the discussion. The people who are responsible are going to take responsibility, and then we move on. And that's the tone that I set. That's how I'm the alpha of the house. Not because, I'm bigger than them, but I'm the one that sets the tone. And that's what the alpha guy is talking about. Like, could we have had open discussions that you led? So you don't get to the point where she's 20 and she resents you. And then you have to look like a bitch in order for her to show you a little bit of, consideration or sympathy. And now you look like a human being because now you look like a female. That's not necessary.
Yeah, that
play
I never
your
even
role as
really,
leader of the home, and you won't have to do all of that.
I never even really thought about that. And then as you're saying that, again, I'm thinking about my own situation, my own family, and it seems like there is an aspect of my dad not doing that, not setting the tone, and because maybe it was a confluence of the fact that he wasn't setting the tone and the fact that he was at work a lot, and being a doctor, I didn't see him a lot, and so my mom,
medical doctor. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, he's a surgeon. So like oftentimes, for a good section of my life, he usually would leave for work before I would wake up, work through the night, then come home in the next evening, and then just be dead because he was working, and then he'd go in the next morning. So called you Dr. Based. All right. But yeah, it feels like if my dad had those kinds of conversations with my mom,
oh yeah,
then me and
Set the
her
tone.
would have had a
Much better relationship.
better relationship. Yeah. That's wild.
Yep.
Whew. All right. Well, let's see if this guy understands what
To hear
he's
it
doing.
or
No, because
That's why I
we're the
asked
one-
you. I said, is it possible that it could have happened, or is it just impossible for him because he's not equipped to deliver that?
Gotcha.
on from my understanding of our relationship.
From
is
my
that,
understanding.
Young people, I'm very independent. My children are very independent. They don't want to be controlled in a certain way. And as a father, you still have to keep that control. She was only seeing that side. So she was only seeing this domineering person trying to squish what she thought that she wanted to be or who she wanted to be.
I'm sorry for pausing. I gotta. Oh man, can we take this back to Will Smith? Can we go back to Will Smith for a second?
Please.
Okay. My kids are very independent. They don't want to be reined in. Do you know why? Because you're a fucking bitch.
You want to know
That's
what
why.
You want to know what I just wrote as you were typing that? Because I paused it to say, well, isn't that just good parenting? Not letting them do what they want?
And the thing is,
especially
when your daughter is writing letters to a dead man that your wife used to want to smash, right?
Haram.
Oh, no.
Okay, like
shout out to Tupac.
All eyes on me.
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Yeah, not again. His kids would be, the Rachel Dolezal guy. If he was more of a man that actually set the tone, then the kids would fall in line. But how much you also want to bet that his wife also didn't have a whole lot of respect for him either. And so they look at the kids are reading the dynamics between the man and the woman. He's like, hey, I'm subservient to her, and I'm this. These kids ain't gonna respect you.
That picture when they're on the red carpet.
Yeah.
Look, she's so amazing. It's not like I did all the work.
Come on. And it's like, if you look at Ciara and Russell Williams, I'm a strong, independent woman living off of his wealth.
Nah, you ain't shit, bitch. But I mean, we gotta respect the men.
And that wasn't it. I was just trying to play the father role. I saw my dad do it. Never a tear. He's that man, and I was raised by that man. And
Okay.
That she wanted to be or who she wanted to be. And that wasn't it. I was just trying to play the father role.
So he was trying to play the father role.
He was mimicking.
He was mimicking his own father.
Not understanding what it is to be a man and learning the lessons from his father. He was just trying to copy what he thought he saw.
Yes, definitely go give him a follow on the Talking Shit podcast, his own channel, Dr. Evil Genius. He's got bars all day. And yes, Jada wrecked that man.
That man was already wrecked. He was already wrecked.
Possibly.
Single mom, didn't know how to deal with women, failed marriage before Jada. Like, people who are successful are not successful by accident. people who are unsuccessful generally are not unsuccessful by accident. There are certain behavioral patterns that successful people exhibit. And if the people that do the opposite of that just tend to be people who are not successful. And in the realm of his own household, he can go out there and make millions of dollars. He can portray a pickup artist like Hitch. But in his own life, it's not there. And the kids pick up on the dynamic between the mother and the father. And if the mother does not respect the father, the kids won't.
That's true, Melty. When that was the final piece. That was the final piece. Oh, we got a Dr. Evil top G. I like that. I see that as a sign of respect. We're gonna.
I get what you're trying to say, but I'm no
man,
anyway.
and I was raised by that man, and I took that on.
Well, with that
I remember sitting my son down and telling him, "Boys don't cry," and I still to this day regret that. And I still talk to him. He's 24. I still talk to him about I was wrong, because I do not think that's the way we're supposed to live our lives, and I think that's why. You go back to the statistic of how a lot of men are depressed. We're supposed to have emotions. We're human. Now, I don't believe every time you turn around, you should be in front of your children, ooh, and your wife, I think that's a drastic thing.
So I think we're all saying the same thing on this.
But I know dropping a tear as a father for me made a relationship so much closer and so much better than it would. I'm telling you.
Only because of the deficiencies that you created as the father over the years. The tears were not necessary.
Well, you don't think you could have shown that vulnerability without the tear?
No.
My dad was capable of expressing emotion, not from the standpoint of being a whiny little baby. He held it down on my family. My parents are the happiest couple ever seen, still to this day. But my dad was able to, and still is able to, at funerals, be able to show emotion. During movies, when he feels the emotion, be able to show up and do that.
Yo, I turn into a little bitch with movies. Like, bruh.
I remember when a high school friend of mine died. I don't even want to talk about him because I already feel it. Just anytime he pops up in my head. And I remember another good friend of mine who let me stay with him when I was homeless 20 years ago, 2003. His mother died of AIDS. And I felt so bad. And, she did the best that she could, And so one of our other friends was driving from down south, gets to New Jersey on the way to the funeral for our other friend's mother. And on his way, he gets hit by a drunk driver and killed.
Sorry,
and man, I remember going to view him. And I remember seeing him laying in the casket and admiring the work that the people did at the nursing home. And I remember looking over him, just any sign that maybe a breath, something, because my mind would not let me let me accept that he was gone. And I was just destroyed. I don't think I've ever cried that hard or that loud in my life. In front of a bunch of people I didn't know, I didn't care.
Yeah,
he was one of the funniest, one of the coolest dudes that I ever knew.
It's always them. It's always them.
And the drunk driver is the one that always
gets away,
survives, right?
Without a scratch.
They always survive, right?
Yeah, I mean, Akon was on a motorcycle when he died.
Man.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
And that's what I think of. That's what I think of.
I think it's good for me that when Akon died, he was on a motorcycle, and I honestly I don't even know. I tried to get, I don't know if you saw this, but I tried to get as little information as possible because I didn't need it. Like my boy, who really became my boy, like we were friends, but he became my boy because he was Akon's boy, and I felt like if I'm not friends with this guy who I don't really like, he's going to go and hang out with the worst people. Now, he's kind of in the same spot today, but I did my best. And but my point is that I don't know if it was a Jewish thing or if it was just that he was so fucked up, but it wasn't in an open casket. And I don't know if that would have really messed me up to actually see him lying there,
Yeah.
because the last time, like the last vision of him I have, he's at my house, he's alive. We're, all right, see you tomorrow, bro. When we could still say the fun F word, and crazy.
Yeah. I think of other people that I've lost along the way. I can't do funerals anymore. And there are going to be people who,
Yep.
Yeah, that's 1,000,000% true, Melted. That's actually 1,000,000% true. But
say people giving you shit, right?
About
not.
I think about the people that I've lost, and I can't do funerals. And there are people that are gonna, oh wow, you wasn't a real friend. I cannot handle it. I can't handle it.
Yeah, I can't handle going to the grave. And so the same friend that I was just talking about, who I befriended because he was Akon's boy, he's always like, yo, let's go to the grave, we'll smoke a blunt and do this. I'm like, bro, I don't want to go there. Like,
yeah.
I purposely got this tattoo so that he is right by my side, figuratively and literally. He's right here. I don't need to go, drive 40 minutes away to some place and like, make it more like I'm constantly thinking about this. This has become my entire, like when we were at the hospital, everybody around, when we found out, everybody broke into tears, and I didn't, because I was just in shock. I didn't expect, it's 9, 10 in the morning. He was on his way to work. It's not like he was drunk or anything. So I called,
it
Nick
had to be impossible. Like, nah, that's
right.
not how these things happen. It's a
when
Saturday
I got the
night.
Call, when I got the call, he's like, yo,
in the
Akon's in the hospital. I'm like, oh, all right, come pick me up. We'll go talk. I finished my breakfast. I smoked a bowl. I'm thinking of, when we get there, I'm like, look at this lazy ass motherfucker laying down on the job.
Yep.
That's
you got all the roast ready, right?
Yeah. And then I was in such shock that exactly. I was just numb, and I said out loud. I remember being like, well, this is our lives now. And I mean, it really should have been.
It's the first day of the rest of your life.
Yeah, but even those people, the people who were drenched in tears, they didn't go to the grave either. They didn't. Half of them didn't come to the funeral. That's not true. But I mean, like that was my fucking boy, and I don't know. It's tough. Well, it says people who go to graves, it's about them, not the person they lost, and it's very often a vanity thing. Yeah, I
don't know if I agree with that. I think that people have ways that they grieve, and everybody grieves differently. Some people will do things for show, but I think by and large, being near that person, because that person is getting farther and farther away from you every second that you have the knowledge that they're no longer with us. And so, there are people that just want to be near them because it's like, that when you step away from this, you now got to deal with life after them. At least they're still with you in some tangible way. But when you actually have to go home after you leave the gravesite, you now have to live with the reality that they're not coming back.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, this got fucking dark. All right, let's back this up and get back into some fun. We got about 5 minutes of footage left.
But my dad was able to, and still is able to.
That's real quick. Let's just cheers one, whatever you got, water, tea, drink, otherwise, to those who have fallen.
Pour out a little liquor for your homies, right? Yeah.
Always.
At funerals, be able to show emotion. During movies, when he feels the emotion, be able to show up and do that. I'd never see him whining about like what you guys are saying, whining about just issues happening in his life.
That's an important difference. Whining is not the same thing as crying.
Right. Yeah. Have you seen Succession yet?
Yes. I mean, I know a lot of them haven't, so
we
gotta talk, bro. We gotta talk. Holy shit. I was thinking about that the whole time. I just saw a video on how the breakdown was we gotta talk. All right.
Like at work and what he's doing. He deals with that on his own, but he is showing up vulnerably when he is experiencing an emotion, not from a whiny baby place, but from a freeness that he has with it. And I even think like when I first brought out to college, he's tearing up too.
So I would just like to say, this is a field I specialize in. I'm a program manager for a nonprofit that focuses on mental health. And a lot of the times what we get in our clients are men that are coming in dealing with childhood trauma, these expectations and standards of trying to live up to the quote unquote masculine ideal. So a lot of the times we have men coming in because they're still trying to seek approval in their 30s, or they're still trying to get that male validation.
Can you hold that for a second?
I got it. Yep.
Is anybody asking about? Nobody's asking the right question, Lutch.
Yep.
Why is it that this standard has always been a thing, but only this generation of men can't handle it? Anybody want to answer that question?
It's a good question.
Right?
Good question.
Like, dealing with childhood trauma, believe me, I've got that in spades. Very few people have the trauma profile that I have, right? But are we not talking about the fact that people are less equipped to deal with the same problems that men have always had throughout the generations?
I mean,
we're not talking about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think men 50 years ago didn't have childhood trauma? They still
Probably
got
more.
up and did what the fuck they needed to do for their families.
The Disneyfication of our men. Good times make weak men.
Hard times make strong men, and strong men make easy
Bad
times, and easy
times,
times make weak men.
No, strong men make good times. Good times make weak men. Weak men make bad time. Yeah, they definitely had worse trauma, and that's a great point. I never even thought of that. Not a once.
In their 40s, and
back this up a sec.
A lot of the times we have men coming in because they're still trying to seek approval in their 30s, or they're still trying to get that male validation, in their 40s. And it goes back to making sure we understand the difference between regulating your emotions and suppressing them.
Okay,
I
that's
think
the
that's
first
why
thing
I
he
said
said.
earlier, like, to be an
That
alpha,
makes
you have
sense.
to be
Yes.
balanced. You guys can be emotional as well. You guys can be vulnerable. It doesn't make you less than.
But again, we've already addressed this because the dude in the purple shirt was saying, "Oh, being emotional," and the guy right here in the gray, he was like, "Well, let's not say being emotional. We're all emotional. Let's say emotionally unstable." So we've already addressed that.
Can you go back 7 seconds and replay that?
No, but I can go back 10.
Regulating your emotions and suppressing them. I think that's why I said earlier, like, to be an alpha, you have to be balanced. You guys
All right,
can
now,
be emotional.
what is he a self-proclaimed? Did he call himself an alpha or a beta?
He's a beta. He's a beta.
And he said to be an alpha, you have to regulate and balance your emotions, but he claims to be a beta. So that means that your emotions are not very well balanced?
See, you're using logic, Dr. Evil Genius. All right? Betas don't operate on logic. It's too much logic.
That's why it's very difficult to respect men like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why those guys
the-
are attracted to women, and those
the last few
women
minutes.
aren't attracted to them, and they're not
Mhm.
getting the attention that they want from the women.
Play that they want.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's finish
As
this
well,
up.
you guys can be vulnerable. It doesn't make you less than. Just like a woman being more assertive doesn't make her less than a woman. If you feel
Oh
like,
my God, shut the
Well-
fuck up. He had to fuck it up.
emotional,
That's a whole ass conversation. But
Oh my
let's just
God.
say it's not the same. You were good. You were good.
You were doing so well, guy.
It says, I think it's because the men before us were weak too and didn't teach us anything about what being a man is. I can't speak for everyone because I grew up with a single mom, so I was taught very wrong about how to regulate my emotions and really be a man. Yeah, I'm gonna generally disagree because
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that too. Because the thing is, you don't even know why you grew up with a single mom. You don't know if she used a big daddy government to make him disappear. You don't know why you were raised by a single mother. And you need to find that out first before you judge your father. Because
hey, we got Jeff Pearson in the building. Welcome to the party. Saying what we've been saying all night. F the alpha beta thing seems well, if you're saying it seems like useless, that's basically the conclusion we've come to. And this is more what we're talking about. Welcome to the party, Jeff. Glad to see you, brother.
in front of your kids, I've asked the question, does that kind of fall into toxic masculinity for yourself?
Well, first, I didn't say anything about not
and
being
it goes downhill.
vulnerable is the word that I brought up. So I think being vulnerable is very important. I think physically crying in front of your kids is not ideal. This is not about
not
being
ideal.
or trying to be overly masculine. I think being vulnerable as a man is one of the strongest things a man can actually do.
Exactly.
It's just that I don't think that crying, particularly sobbing, is going to be very healthy as the leader and the person that they're supposed to come to for that safety and that care.
But isn't real vulnerability then you're just not being honest? Be like, yo, babe, sorry, I had this thing. I left and I cried, but now I'm here to be strong with you. That's real.
I want to get your thoughts on that. If you have to cry and you don't feel like, you know, it's not funeral level, and you go away. I mean, I wouldn't tell her about it, but what do you think about that? What the scenario that he's putting out there?
Read the fucking room. Know who your audience is. There are certain, you know, if you're in the type of relationship that I'm in, you can express yourself freely because they know me. They know what I'm capable of. They know what to expect from me, right? They also have a deep level of respect for me just as a baseline. What they're talking about
You
is
mean like as
everyman.
like respectful people, not even
like
get into the relationship.
It's more tied into how they look at me as their leader.
You know what I'm saying? Even before that, they are respectful people in general. And then there's a layer of the relationship that you guys have. Then there's a layer of knowing who you are. Then there's a layer of understanding the depth that you have and balancing the quote unquote stronger moments with the weaker moments. There's layers.
No, I think that the layers are there for the people that women are not attracted to. That's where all the layers come in. And again, I keep telling you, the rules are for the guys the women are not into.
Fair enough.
Right? Like I'm in a situation where those rules don't necessarily apply to me, but at the end of the day, they still know what to expect from me as far as leadership goes. They still know what to expect from me, right? But if I let out some emotion, they know where that's coming from. It's not coming from a place of not being capable as the man in their life, right? But for guys who are not select, women are looking for every opportunity to disqualify you. So when you do cry, she is going to lose respect for you because she wasn't really that into you in the first place.
Yep. All right, I think this is probably the last thing that they're talking about. Let's finish it up.
I can't think of a scenario where I'd leave to cry.
Yeah.
See, I guess.
But needing feels performative. I'm trying to show you how vulnerable I am.
No, it's not necessarily showing. It's
I think you can be very vulnerable without crying.
Yeah.
Fact.
People just express their sadness in different ways.
You can be, but I heard what you guys were saying
You're
earlier, and
such
I
a drug
agree with
addict.
that. It's like, you know, you don't want to be
It sounds like you just want to be a crybaby.
crybaby about things. We don't, right? But it's like to be at, for instance, if I'm at a funeral.
But we already talked about funerals. Use a more common example.
Right. Yeah. Let's not go to death. And it doesn't always have to be death that brings us down.
I don't even know, Melty. Let's see. I mean, we got
but this is what the
3 minutes
betas are talking about when they criticize the alphas, and I think that this is a legitimate criticism, is that everything is so binary. Like the only time you can express emotions is if somebody's dying. And it's like there's a range of situations in as far as being, you know, the human experience where there's going to be varying levels of emotions expressed, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't always have to go to death. It could be you found your wife in bed with your neighbor, right? There's a certain level. There's a certain level of emotion that goes with that, right? There is, you know, your father's was in a car accident, or your mom got a bad diagnosis from the doctor, or your kids are getting in trouble at school. Like there's a whole bunch of different emotions, you know, things that can trigger emotions. Is not just death.
Yeah. Read the room.
Yeah.
TLDR. Read the room. And just got another good one here. Provide, protect, and take care of business. Thank you.
You see that avatar, man? He looks like he takes care of business, man.
He looks like he fucks.
And this person meant something. Tell me.
Sorry, I'm
no.
just fucking around with you. I'm not fucking around with you like you don't look like you fuck. I'm just saying. I'm fucking around with you.
Baby about things. We don't.
What? In mouth?
But it's like to be at, for instance, if I'm at a funeral and this person meant something, to tell me, no, can't do that. Or I see something on television or a movie that moves me, like you can't do that. It's like kind of like a very weird thing. And I think you guys touched upon that.
I don't think they did. I think you're just talking out of your ass. Nobody's
No, they
saying that
did
you
mention
can't,
movies and funerals. They did mention that.
but nobody's saying you can't do anything. We're just talking about what happens if you do X, Y, and Z. Nobody said you can't do that.
Yeah, and the redhead guy was very eloquent when he said it's not ideal. So the question is, should, and it's like a man can. Is that the best situation, the healthiest situation for everybody involved? Probably not in most cases.
Yeah, and again, Ziggs, I don't think it needs to be this strict, especially if you have an open line of communication, depending on how old they are and what's going on. Like, the fact is that emotions exist, and sometimes shit makes you want to cry, and sometimes your kids are going to be there. Ideally, to piggyback off what Dr. Ringgold was saying about Blue Suit here, is that ideally that doesn't ever happen in front of the kids, but you can't control your life. Thank you so much for hanging out, Opus, with some fire tonight. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. You have a fantastic night. We are about to finish this up and head over to the after party.
It's like a weird stigma behind like crying, because it seems like we keep associating crying with weakness. And the issue is that like
I associate you with weakness.
There is a big
I said shit. Me too.
difference between crying and sobbing. So hysterically sobbing, like I think definitely do if you like say you lost a loved one, like really close to you, like say like your significant other, say like horrible accident, like stuff like that. You know, like there are obviously scenarios for that. Like for like regular crying, again, kind of like we all touched upon that. We're not saying that you have to cry every other day. But like there are like cases where it's okay, it should be okay.
As kids, we look up to our dads to
That was a whole lot of words. You're like, I mean, sometimes, but not always.
be able to how do we react to certain scenarios? Do you feel that like
He
okay,
doesn't look like a guy that grew up with
my
his
dad
dad.
didn't
I'm just
cry.
gonna
I've
say
never
that right
think I've
now.
ever seen my dad cry. I've seen very bad like sad scenarios,
Stand
straight
out.
face, you know, and I feel like I developed that as like a kid. Like as I got older, like I have to keep this inside because that's exactly just how I saw my dad do it. How would you basically like explain to your kids how they feel like they should let out their sadness? Should they keep, especially if you feel like you're not really expressing sad emotions in front of them?
I think probably the best thing
So with the again to piggyback on what you were saying about having the wrong conversation and missing the questions, was it good for your dad to have an aspect of the ability to keep it stuffed down, and maybe that was overdone, and maybe stuffing it down most of the time is good, but you need a little what do they call that, like a fucking release valve or whatever.
Yeah.
That seems to be way more of a strategy to live life and have a family and have a successful family than to just go and be like, well, we can cry about anything and like whatever you feel, it's just like my truth. And it's like, for me, like, get the fuck out of here.
I think that's where the blue pills and the red pills kind of get it lost. Everything is binary to them. There's no
except gender.
Right. They don't really have, it's always all or nothing. And it's like there's a range of different situations that calls for a different reaction. And knowing what the appropriate reaction is in the situation is how you garner respect from everybody around you, man, woman, and child.
X.
What my goal as a father is to explain them the truth of the world. Truly, hey, this is the truth of the world. This is how the world is. Here's some competencies and things you can do to set yourself up, because my ultimate goal for my children is to have choice. So I can have a son, he could be gay, he could cry. He could be straight, he could cry. Like I could have daughters that were dominant masculine. I don't care as long as they have choice. I personally, my preference and what I aspire to be and what I want to be and what I get to be is that strong man for my family.
We all kind of believe that like we have to be a hero for our kids, right? Especially when they're super young.
Not you, because you're not having any kids.
Agree. I think it's totally like you need to be a role model for your kids, and you need to be a safe space, which I completely agree with. But things happen as they grow up, you know what I mean? Especially when they go towards their teen years, when they start being more in touch with their emotions, when they're actually like feeling a lot of different things and feeling the pressure of society and everything that's collapsing around them. Sometimes they don't just need like a hero, they need a father to like commune with, to like actually talk with.
A little cheesy, but not bad. Not a bad note to end on. I think that, you know, at the end of the day, it looks like, as we thought at the beginning, that this alpha beta thing, it served its purpose, like just in society in general. It served its purpose. A lot of people needed the red pill manosphere stuff. And I think we've just, as men, as American men, Western men, whatever you want to call it, I think we've evolved a little bit. A little bit, but a little bit. Would you agree?
No.
No. Okay.
No, because the thing is, again, remember I made a video a long time ago on TSP explaining what the red pill is, right? And I gave a bunch of different scenarios that had nothing to do with women to explain what the red pill is. Why? Because we live in a world where social media, mainstream media, corporations, the government, everybody is trying to sell you on what reality is, their version of the reality that they want you to believe in. And so taking the red pill is just seeing what's there. And so many lies and misinformation are constantly being showed to you that you're always going to have to kind of reset yourself and say, this is what's being sold to me, but what is being sold to me, is it actually true? People need to take the red pill from the red pill community. You need to actually see what's there and not what the red pill community is trying to sell to you.
There you go.
So you need to be red pill on red pill.
Yes.
Right.
So I think that's a better way of saying what I was trying to say, is that, you know, yes, we need the red pill in the sense that it is the truth and the understanding of how the world really works versus how we were told. But the specific manosphere, I think we've just moved beyond that. I think so. I think we still need people who are talking about this, but, you know, having 4 or 5 big names that are saying, get a vasectomy in your 20s. What? I think these ideas, maybe, you know, I mean, love it or hate it.
Voices. You should never have 4 or 5 voices.
There
should be 4,000 or 5,000.
Right.
voices.
But that's what I'm saying. That's not what we have.
Right.
We have, you know, we have your frauds. We have, you know, you know, Tate's out of the business. Now we got like the whatever podcast popping up that's boring as hell. I don't know if you've ever actually watched it. It is so boring. Oh my God, it is so boring.
I think because it's a rehash, but when I actually listen to what they do and how
real quick, thank you so much, David Banner. Top 3. I gotta give credit to Dr. Evil for that. Thank you so much. You have a good one, brother.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you for MMA in 2 weeks. There's no UFC this weekend.
Oh man.
But yeah, you know, when I watch whatever, yes, it's a rehash. But one of the things that I really like is that the dude he keeps his emotions on the same level the entire time. And the way that he explains things, because you know how, you know, Kevin Samuels had this problem, the frauds in Florida have this problem where people are able to ignore the truth because they don't like. We are better than you niggas. The way that they present the truth makes it so unpalatable that it seems like a lie.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, and I think Melty understands exactly what I meant.
But that dude that runs whatever, the dude's temperature is the same at all times, and so he might be roasting them, but he never steps outside.
I don't
himself.
care. Roasting college girls is not what people need. That was that was a sprinkles on the dessert of the red pill community.
Right.
It was fun while it was just, now that is the entire thing. And you have the whatever podcast. And then that other one, I'm sure you've seen the clips. It's some dude, he's like, what would you rate me?
No, I don't want to, I skip over that. That shit made me want to fucking barf.
Well, I just saw like MTR or whoever talking about it.
No. Did you see that these motherfuckers are like, we're going to copy the exact same set as the frauds in Florida.
That's precisely what I mean.
So gross.
This manosphere that we have.
She disagrees with me. I'm going to kick her out. Give me super chats. Fuck off.
Wait up. And they get them. But that's my point. That's my point. Is that is what the community, the manosphere, that is what it's turning into, and that's not helping anybody except the creators. So all right, never mind. We are starting short and fresh. Short and black.
But I think the roasting of the college
was not
girls,
even a chuckle on that. Come on.
I think that the roasting of the college girls actually does more good than we think, because
It did. It did. It
no,
did.
understand what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. Each individual girl that goes on the show and gets a dose of reality, it might make her more marriageable sooner now that she's gotten some sort of wake up call. You got girls that have these delusions.
I disagree.
You have these girls that have these
Completely.
delusions, and then you're actually having men that are actually considered to be of stature saying, that's not going to work. And I
Maybe-
just think that you give them an opportunity to at least reassess all of that feminist programming that they learned in college, and then think, you know
It's
what?
not
Do I
for
really wanna
them.
be-
It's not fucking for them. It's not for them. It's not to help college girls to
I know
be
that,
a little less
but I don't
whorish.
care if it's not for them. You can still use it to help you. You can still use avenues to get help from where they're
But
not
you're
really
missing my
intending
point.
to help
My
you.
point is that roasting college girls is not helping young men in the same way that Kevin Samuels was helping young men.
Oh, I agree with that.
That is my
I'm talking
point.
about helping the girls that are there,
They have the entire media apparatus at their
which are not helping them.
disposal.
They're telling them to be strong
Okay,
and
fine. Then
independent.
they can have
and
they
have
can
sex
fix
with as
those
many women
issues
as
amongst
possible.
themselves. I don't honestly give a fuck. I honestly don't care, because I have me and you and all our boys here and my friends in real life that don't have anything, good, bad, or otherwise. All we have is fresh and fit.
So what if I put it to you like this, right? If the girl goes on there, realizes how much of a fucking dumbass she is, and changes her ways, right? Does that present another marriageable woman possibly for our boys that we care about? Because it's one thing to tell guys that you need to improve and you need to do this and you need to do that. The problem that men are having, and this is what Kevin Samuels said, he was talking about men that made $200,000 a year and up. He's talking about corporate level men. And when he did work for them as a consultant, they all said the same thing. I'm successful now. There are no marriageable women for me to then carry on a legacy with. So it's one thing to tell guys that you need to improve yourself, you need to make money, you need to get in the gym. We're always going to tell guys that, and we always should. But if we get one woman that is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and then she spins that around, and then she spreads that to another woman, and she starts thinking reasonably, and now you've got that tipping point that Kevin always used to talk about. You don't need to change everybody, just 10%. And you get women thinking a little bit more rationally, a little bit more reasonably. Now guys have reasons to hope for the future because they're not just improving themselves for nothing. There's actually a chance that they might meet a woman that is worth being around. And that's what I'm looking at.
Possibilities, or we talk about probabilities?
Well, I look at how some of the women react, and some of the women, they start acting like they got some sense.
Here's the thing. Kevin Samuels was doing that job. He was helping the women become better women for us. I mean, not solely for us, but, but
in general,
that's what he was doing. If there is a woman that happens to, take that experience and change her life, great for her and whatever single dude ends up with her. Great. What I am saying is that type of content is not helping young men.
I agree.
It might help that one man, but going at a problem and trying to solve 0.00001% of it is stupid. That's not a reason.
I do think that it metastasizes. Because just like we have.
But
this
my original point was that
culture.
I don't think that the world needs college girls getting roasted on the internet as the marquee aspect of a community of people. That is not helping.
I agree with that.
So what I'm saying is that if this is what this space is going to become, then we need to disavow it and start changing the conversation away from using their terms. I just whatever video I dropped today, I was talking about with Vivek Ramaswamy and some trans stuff, and I was like, well, wait a minute, I think a trans woman I'm like, why am I having this conversation with myself on their terms? It's not helping, and you more than me hate them. You won't even say their goddamn names.
I do say their names because they're frauds and they reside in Florida.
Jeff says it blows my mind how irrational some of those college girls are. Reality is hard to ignore, and the longer you ignore it, the harder you will hit the wall.
And that's where I'm coming from with it.
Well,
that's my methodology, right?
I
If you start talking to these women, and remember, they're not just talking to one college girl or two college. Every single day they're bringing on 7 or 8 different college girls, and I'm saying, if you get one of the 8 to kind of rethink her positioning, every single episode, we have our tipping point. That's
if that
greater
was the
than 10%.
case, I would agree with you. But the fact is that studies have shown for a long time that when people have an opinion that is tied to their identity, that seeing empirical evidence to counter that will only drive them further into their own opinion because of how connected to their identity it is. That is why there is still this trans ideology going about, because there's enough people who bought into it that now that there's the Matt Walshes and everybody else in the world who's like, oh, whoa. They're already bought in. So now they're already in the fight. To them, it's a sunk cost.
Right.
And I think that is the same thing that is happening with the red pill space in general, is that it's either you're a beta and or you're like fresh and fit. And I think that is bad messaging, because that bolsters the idea of toxic masculinity.
Well, why do you think I created TSP? I created TSP in part because I want to have my say and my spin on it. I believe that a more reasonable message needs to go out there where, yes, we need to extol the virtues of masculinity. However, we also need to kind of pull it away from this gray black pill space where none of these bitches are worth it. Don't marry anybody. Everybody get a vasectomy and all this garbage. To me, that's garbage. Right?
I agree. Yeah.
Like, you don't have to go all the way to one end. And you don't have to go all the way to the other end. You don't have to disavow women, and you also don't need to be taken advantage of. There's a lot of good, healthy space in the middle, and that's what I aim to help people find. I was able to find it. I have my red pill rage. I'm pretty sure you've had it too, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
But the thing is, we came out pretty rational.
I was loving Fresh and Fit in the red pill rage days. Oh man, I was loving the Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, I enjoyed the roasting too, because how many times do dudes get roasted just for existing on a day in, day out basis? And finally, some woman is getting her comeuppance through actual reality being told to her, right?
Yeah.
Men needed to get that out of the system, because we've been living in a society where women are not being examined, and have their behaviors and their expectations are not being examined. So somebody started examining them, and then for once, that was that release valve, right? But since that was the only release valve,
right,
all the plumbing broke, right?
Ooh, bars. Yeah. So I'll put a stamp on this and give you the last word. So I think you're absolutely right about the fact that there could be potential positives from the females who go on the show and maybe are confronted with their own misconceptions.
1 out of 8, though, very small percentage.
I would say it's way less than that, but whatever the number is, the benefit to women is in no way worth the detriment to men that it causes. Even if it was 1 out of every single show, then you have hundreds and hundreds, or not more than that, thousands of young men giving their money to other men
for roast porn.
That is not a good thing.
Yeah,
and
I agree with
the
that.
people like myself and you, Captain Paul, we are the ones who need to drive a better message.
Right.
They walked so we can run. So let's do it.
Right. That I feel exactly like that. I feel exactly
Beautiful.
like, Captain Paul's getting married next year.
No, nice.
I've been with the women that I've been with collectively a total of 27 and a half years. 10 and a half with the second lady, and 17 with the other one, right?
Congratulations.
And we both have successful relationships, and we have ways of dealing with our relationships that I know that these things work through actual experience, not from just shitty things, just talking out of some fucking statistics they found on the internet, right? We're actually living it, and we're successful in it, and I think that we have a lot to offer when it comes to that. So, Roman, who the fuck is Roman?
We were talking about it before. Never mind.
But whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe if you head over to the after party, we might be able to have that discussion. But before we go,
Yeah, I have
I
to
want
go
to
to bed.
thank you so much, not only for sponsoring the stream,
Oh,
but
shit, I
coming
forgot
up
I did that.
and making it a top 3 stream. I mean, I'm a little insecure about it, but I am happier here either way.
Nah, man.
Thank you
We
so
do it for
much.
each other. How many times have you spent 6 hours on a Saturday?
Like 6 months straight? I don't know,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, maybe a little longer than that, right? Like it's nothing. It's nothing for me to support. But yeah, you know, I just think that we need a more balanced approach to these things, to where people have to understand, like, there are good women out there, but also 1 in 3 women very proudly announce that they use men for free meals.
Facts.
It's a fucking problem.
Facts.
Right? And we're not going to pretend that it's not a problem. We're not going to say that people who don't want to be taken advantage of are just broke in other shaming language. No, we're going to make sure that when we deal with women on our terms, not theirs. And that's it.
Beautiful.
And the thing is, the woman is never going to respect you if you try to deal with them on their terms anyway. So you lost on both ends.
Beautiful.
So,
all right. Well,
yeah,
again,
thanks.
thank you
I'm
so
outta here,
much
man.
for coming up. And real quick, tell the people who.
No, I mean, that's not necessary.
Just shut up and tell the people where the fucking
No,
thing is.
You know, I love you guys. You know, thank you. Make sure you hit the motherfucking like button. All right. If this is one of the best streams, make sure that you hit the like button to make sure that the Google algorithm knows that we having good conversations over on this side of the internet. This is the reasonable side of the internet. Okay. This is supposed to be the second coming of common sense, right? You know, we're not going to go, too heavy on one side. We're not going to go too heavy on the other side. So definitely hit the like button, share it, clip certain parts of the conversations that you heard here tonight. He already flashed up the link to TSP. We are going to be talking tomorrow about Ja Morant and his incessant Instagramming with firearms. And we're going to have a little bit of debate on Ja Morant and his antics and where they actually come from. We're going to have that live stream tomorrow. So if you guys want to have another really serious conversation about the crisis of masculinity as it pertains to somebody who's very, very talented and very, very wealthy, who is fucking up very, very publicly, definitely come see us tomorrow on TSP.
Beautiful.
I love firearms too. I love firearms. We'll talk more about that too. I actually want to get Mrs. Evil a Glock 29 chambered in 10 millimeter. Because I saw how small
we
it
got
is.
a last minute treat for Morty. Jeff came through for you.
Look at him.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Oh, man. Topping off the night with a nice little treat. Thank you so much. Dr. Evil, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Until next time, you are out of here. Peace. All right, guys. So got a lot longer than I thought we would go and got into a lot of deeper things than I thought we would talk about. But that's live streaming, baby. And I really, really, really appreciate the fact that you guys, were hung out this whole time, that you guys, have been engaged, all that stuff. It really speaks to me. And, if you enjoy this stream, it's because you guys help make it good. And I keep telling you, the more that we do this, the more conversation that we have, the less I have to rely on the videos, and the more we are talking, the more we are having a party. Some days, I might only need a 5-minute clip, and we'll do, 3-4 hours on that, because we'll have enough conversation going. But all in good time. I want to thank you so much. Again, thank you to Dr. Evil Genius for sponsoring this stream. And then, of course, we had Jeff coming in at the end. And, of course, Melted Mind Media. Also, check out his channel. And no surprise, but the double tap from Dan Jensen. As always, very, 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 very much appreciate you guys. I hope you enjoyed this one, and I hope you will come to the after party. because I am tired, but we are rolling. So until then, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lex, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.